Okay. We have returned. Great. Okay, now I'm going to set up the Raycrisis run. Just getting you set up. Go ahead and start playing the game so that way I can get the overlay all ready. Yeah. No, just on your stream right here. I have your stream pulled up. Yeah. Yep, just start playing on the stream you have going now. Oh, hold on, you're not live. You're not live yet. Hold on, you're not live yet. I'm getting you set up. I'm getting. Okay. Yep, I can see her. Yep, I can see her. Okay, no, I haven't made you live yet. I'm setting up your overlay real quick.
Raycrisis.
So 1 second. Almost. Not yet. You're almost. Not yet. Almost ready. Hold on. Okay. Try not to. I mean, if it happens, it happens. Try not to, at least. Okay. Almost there, hold on. Okay, go ahead and play a little bit, just so I can test something. Yep. Okay. Now just try talking a little bit. Yeah, this could be awesome. Hold on, you're not live yet. We're just testing your audio. Just to warn you. Okay. Almost there. I'm just trying to get your audio. Hold on, I have to close Discord and reopen it. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Nice. Discord's being a pain in the butt. Try talking a little bit. Yeah. Okay. I got the game audio. Now I'm just having a little bit of trouble getting your audio for some reason. Yeah, I'm about to fix that. Hold on. don't know why it's not catching your audio in Discord for some reason. You know what you... Yeah, I can hear you, but for some reason I can't get it spit out to the stream. Well, you could actually just directly, instead of commentating through Discord, since you're commentating your own run, you could commentate into your stream. So use your audio into your stream. Hey, and then I'll just message you and tell you when to start.
Yo, what's going on? Nightwing here, coming back at you for some Raycrisis. Let me tell you, man, I love this game to death. Love it like crazy. You know, I put, at least at this point, because I put in 250 hours in the collection on PC, and then like on PlayStation, like another maybe 15 hours or so. And probably like 90% of my time I've been spending playing this game. So I'm really hyped, really excited to be playing this game here at Shmup Slam 7. Really honored to have such great talent come before me and surely after me, you know. And before I start this run, I want to give a couple of thanks. Obviously, I want to give a huge thanks to Mark for starting all of this, for making the Shmup Slam a reality, for being such a kind dude who, you know, was willing to be okay with my idea of, hey, let's do a shmup, what's it called, game show. So you know, big props to Mark, obviously, and I also want to thank the shmup community itself for being so open to so many different games and opening my eyes to shmups in general. So I want to thank everybody that's watching, everybody that's been helping out Shmup Slam. You guys are absolutely fantastic, and I just want to say, you know, I hope that we can move on from here and we can do brighter and better things than even this Shmup Slam, which, you know, sounds crazy. And then the last people I want to thank, and the people I want to dedicate this run to, is M2. I want to dedicate this Raycrisis run to M2 because they're just some of the most incredible people I've ever heard in my life. I mean, I just checked out the Gradius interview for the new one coming out in August, and when they were talking with the CEO, I believe his name is Hori, and they asked, okay, so tell us a little bit about yourself. Instead of him saying, oh, I'm the CEO of M2, this guy straight up said, oh, hi, I'm a Gradius fan. And immediately, I was like, okay, this dude is genuinely a video game, you know, like, he's a gamer first and a businessman second, you know, which I think is just really fucking cool. So I want to dedicate this run to M2 and their fantastic work that they've been doing with Shmups. So I think I'm good to go, and I'm gonna start this run. Let's do it. So I have unlocked every single path in this game, and this game has around 42, I believe, paths. So I've unlocked every single one because I've been playing this game for way too long. So I'm gonna be going on map number 2, which is great because this map suits my style well. Because what's great about Raycrisis is that I can, like, so for example, I hate this first boss in this first stage here, I hate playing him because of his crazy attack in the last part of his boss fight, but I can skip that last part entirely if I play him first. So I can mix and match kind of like my play style, how I want to play the game, and choose the levels that suit me. So that's what I really like about Raycrisis in general. So we're gonna start this out. So my game plan for this run in particular is to get the encroachment rate as high as humanly possible, which means I don't really try to kill stuff. I let it fly off the screen, and I just hang tight and not shoot too much. And the big reason I do this is so that I can ensure that the rank is as low as possible for each stage that I go into. So right now I got my encroachment rate at 62%. That's good. That's pretty solid. That's where I want to be. And for this first stage, I'm not going to be shooting or killing too much stuff. I'm just going to be, except for this guy here. This guy sucks. But outside of that, I'm not going to be shooting or killing too much here in this first stage because it's not worth it. No enemies are going to be shooting at me, so there's no need to destroy them. But after this stage, I'm going to have to actually start, playing the game and blowing shit up. Oh, shoot, sorry. And blowing stuff up. So I'll just be chilling out here for a little bit, not really doing too much, trying to make sure that I can get the encroachment rate up as possible. And for the people that are like, oh, but you can't get up too high because then the final boss is going to appear and all that crap, don't worry, I'm going to be fine, okay? Trust me, I'm going to be fine. It's going to get to 90%, it's going to turn red, trust me, I'm fine. Here we go. Oh, wow, look at that. It's turning red. I'm so terrified. Oh, somebody help me. I'm so scared. There we go. That's 87%. Just like that. See? Nothing to worry about. Here we go. Again, the goal is to just not kill as much. Just let the encroachment rate go up. Let the rank go super high. Then we can start the action. Now that shit is gone really high. See, there we go. That's an easy... Now, this mid-boss will be way harder if the encroachment rate was lower. So by making the encroachment rate really high, I get a really easy pattern off that mid-boss. So here we go, we got this first boss. I hate this guy. He's fun to play against, but I hate him. And the big reason is because of this pattern. This pattern absolutely sucks. Like, it sucks. I want to say, sucks a dick, but I don't know if that's cool or... I'm gonna shut up! Damn it, dude. That was bad. Yeah, I should probably just restart that. I should definitely restart that. That was not what I wanted at all. I should not be talking as much. It's okay, it's only been, a minute or so, so I'm gonna go ahead, do a restart. Maybe I should stop talking as much. So normally with that first boss, my plan is to dodge some of that first pattern. My plan is to dodge some of those bullets there, and then use my round divider, which is just like this game's version of a bomb, to split up the pattern so that I can deal with it less. So that's gonna be my plan going to that boss, and I should definitely stop talking as much. Oh shoot, I shouldn't be shooting either. I should not be shooting either. Anyway though, we're good to go. We're good to go here. Honestly, a no-miss of this game. I actually no-missed this game this morning, which I was really surprised I'd never done that. So it's never out of the cards. But 100%, as long as I keep the encroachment rate really high, I should be good to go, Should be good to go. So, let's see here, just gotta avoid stuff. Again, make sure that stuff doesn't get shot. Again, just let the rate go up. I sometimes will try to go after the red enemies because they offer, they offer some power-ups which I could use early on. Again, just let everything fly by. That's the name of the game. There we go. Shoot some stuff. Good to go. Nothing crazy. I should probably stop shooting in general. Just let stuff fly by. Now hopefully, yep, this mid-boss is a lot more, just easier now. Approach rate's going up, I really don't give a shit. Blow it up, as usual. There we go, nice. Now we're at a solid 75. Okay, now we're at this boss again, so I'm gonna shut the fuck. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up. Damn. Nice. Alright, first boss down. Let's go. We're 1/4 of the way there. We're 1/4 of the way there. Not so bad. So yeah, I'm probably just gonna shut up when the bosses pop out, because I want to clear this game. Believe it or not, I want to clear this game, which I know sounds crazy. So let's go. All right, stage 2. We're in the desert. Pretty. It's not that bad. And I probably shouldn't have done that meteor, but doesn't at this rate. So again, try to get the rate up. Now it is a little bit more difficult because more stuff is coming at me, like these rockets and soon bullets in this one section that I'm gonna probably start shooting a lot. But here I can just chill out, you know, I don't have to laser anything. But yeah, no, this section I'm gonna go crazy because this it's easier to just not, you know, it's easier to just, you know, just not try to save encroachment rate than to save encroachment rate. So we're gonna go ahead. And now that we're out of that section, I'm just gonna do nothing. Literally just just do nothing. This section here, not too worried. I'm just gonna allow this stuff fly by. I am gonna kill some of these guys, but now we can just go ahead. And I killed the side here because it's like really it's, I don't know why, it's just it goes down very easily. So now that we're good there, ooh, that was close. Ooh, real close, dude. I'm gonna go ahead and goddamn, dude. Goddamn. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, I'm gonna kill this first section here. And then I'm gonna completely avoid these dudes. There we go. Nice. Alright, 75 for this guy. Okay, not bad. I would have liked 80. But it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Let's go. Alright, first thing. Get a big lock on this dude. There we go. And maybe one more? Maybe one more? No, it's sword time. Let's go. Okay, another big lock on this dude. And we go for a round divider. Oh, shoot. Good reactions there, huh? Good reaction. Let's go. And then this rocket. I don't know. If you're not paying attention, these guys can mess you up. I'm going to chill out here. We'll go to the right. And we're good to go. Good to go. So, oh wait, that's right. Okay, so this section I'm gonna shut up now because this section is genuinely fucked. See, it's genuinely hard, but we're all good now. We're gonna go ahead and do some meteors, do some break-in. I'm gonna go to the corner here. I'm just gonna do his thing. God damn, dude. God damn. It's okay. Do the meteor again. Just die. Nice. Great, I got zero lives. Oh, I don't know. Should I restart? I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. Might be a little bit too late, so I'm gonna go ahead. Let's see if I can beat the rest of the game with one more life left, and I don't get any extends, so I'm fucked. It's all good though. It's all good. I got faith. Nice. Get each side. Basically, I just want to get each side, you know what I'm saying? Just want to get each side. of that before it gets too crazy. Man, it would have been nice if I at least had one more life, dude. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. Shoot, that's bad. Goddamn. Goddamn, that's not what I expected. Let me see if I can do a restart. Oh, this is bad, dude. It's funny because I cleared this game twice today. Here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead, get out. No, I won't get out. Oh, it's unfortunate. Yeah, no, the show must go on. So I'm gonna go ahead and just save state to what section? What section am I gonna save state to? Not this human. I'll just have to save state here, dude. That sucks. It's all good. Damn, dude. I'm mad. I'm really mad. But oh, I screwed up. Jesus. It's all good though. Let's see if I can get a no miss on this boss. Nice, let's go. No missing the boss? No missing the boss? Right. Almost there. What's crazy about this boss? This is my favorite boss in the entire Raid trilogy, like in general. Because he's just so much fun to fight. You know, Dishuman. Love Dishuman. Go. So far, I'm not missing it. So far, I'm not missing it. Hey, there we go. Let's go. Unfortunate, I couldn't clear the whole game, but I will take the no miss on the final boss. I will take it. This ending in particular, man, is so fucking sad, dude. Because, you know, this is the last arcade game, in the Raid trilogy. And to kind of end on this bittersweet ending, it just kind of reminds me of the state of, like, shmups in general, you know? It just feels like there's no tomorrow. There's no tomorrow for these games, but yet somehow we're all out here, hundreds of people watching Shmup Slam 7, and it, you know, gives me a little bit of hope, a small amount of hope, you know, that maybe someday things can change. Maybe someday that Shmups can get a little bit bigger, you know. Maybe there's still some hope out there left, but as it stands right now, it's gone. You know, it's utterly and completely gone, unfortunately. And it's just a bit of a shame sometimes. You know, I think about the legacy that Shmups had in general. I think about the heights that we hit with Cake and Psycho and Taito and G-Rev. And it just, you know, a part of you feels like, what if we could go? What if we could continue on this path? What if we could move forward, you know? But at the end of the day, we're always supposed to be destroyed. And that's a question that I feel like this game tries to answer. Are we supposed to be destroyed? I still don't know. Anyway, that's gonna be that's gonna be it for me. Thanks for having me on, Mark. Thanks for having me on, everybody. Really appreciate all the love and support that you guys have been putting out for Shmups. So yeah, thanks so much, you guys. Okay, I don't wanna. I wanna get out. I don't know if I should end the stream. I'll probably just have to end the stream, dude. You know what? Now I'll go back to Discord. You turn it up? Okay, good. All right, cool, cool, cool. All right, well, that's gonna be it for me.
Time to play games. I read ya.
Hello, stream. You guys enjoy some Raycrisis? Thanks so much for the donation. Let me. I just saw that. I just saw that somewhere. I think I have to reload my chat here. Uh-oh, hold on. Now you're hearing two of me. Where is this coming from?
Time to play games. I read ya.
There we are. Okay. Sorry, that was a little technical hiccup there. Thanks so much to your waifu. I won't finish it, but your waifu. Thanks so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Thanks for supporting. Frank, thanks so much for the $2 donation. He asks, I want to get into Shmups. Where do I start? That's a good question. You know, I'm actually going to give you kind of a technique rather than a specific game, because I've been thinking about this for like a tutorial video, which is maybe the best way to start getting into Shmups actually is kind of learning to understand their auto scroll, because the more I've thought about it, the more I've realized that one of the biggest barriers to the genre isn't the actual like moving or dodging, because a lot of other genres have that style of stuff, but most other genres don't have auto scroll. And that auto scroll is something that really creates the dynamic of the genre, that emphasis on time, the fact that if you start to slip up, things just get harder and more punishing. So I would say a place to start actually would be kind of, you know, picking a shmup that looks good to you and trying to really understand, think of it and play it, and try to think of it not in terms of what's in front of you, but what is coming later in the sequence, and trying in your mind to connect together the events into a sequence. So instead of looking at, okay, there's a bullet coming, dodge, and then reset, oh, there's another bullet, dodge. Try to think of it like, okay, there's one bullet coming, 3 seconds later there'll be another. You know, more than like 1 second probably. But try to think of all the events in the in Shmups as interlinked and interconnected in one sequence, and I think that will actually help you get into the genre a lot more, because I think that's the trip up point of Shmups, is because in other genres, once you beat a conflict, it ends, right? So you fight an enemy, you beat the enemy in like an action game or whatever, that's it.
But in Shmups, because they auto-scroll, you fight that enemy, and as you're fighting him, another one appears, and then another one appears. So you have to think of it more in a sequence. So I think that would be kind of a, find a Shmup that looks appealing to you, and then try to think of it in terms of the auto-scroll. So, thanks so much for the donations. Let me take a look here. The next run we got coming up is Satryn Deluxe. Oh, this is going to be really cool. The guy brought this like CRT VGA monitor to play it on. This is going to be really cool. So hang tight, everyone. We'll get swapped over.
Time to play games. I read ya. Time to play games. I read ya.
Hello. I saw these as I was setting up. Thanks so much for the generous donations. That's really kind of you guys. Thanks very much, Wiz and War, for the $20 donation. That's awesome. It's really generous of you. And then AJD578, I recognize you. Hey, thanks so much for the donation as well. I really appreciate that. Wiz and War says IRL LFG. Nice. And AJD says, thanks, Mark. All the players, commentators, the venue, anyone else who worked to make this happen. Yeah, a lot of people have really helped me out this year, and I appreciate that a lot, because it's, as the event kind of grows in scale, you know, you can't do it all on your own. It's like literally impossible. So I've had a lot of great help, like Cat, I'm sorry, not Cat Pat. He interviewed me. He's a really cool guy. Napcat. Napcat helped so much with the online organizing. He did an amazing job. And then a lot of the of course, Brandon, the owner of Akihabara Arcade. But then Eric Hell, that's his tag. He really helped me set this up and kind of contact people and get things rolling. And he organized the schedule. And then Screech helped me kind of get all this moved and help coordinate everything. And then TAN, we'll see him here pretty soon. He drove me here, so thanks to him for that as well. So yeah, thanks so much, everyone. And yeah, we'll get swapped over. This next run's going to be really cool.
Time to play games. I read ya.
Okay, chat. So, what's been going on is that this mini PC thing just does not output audio that we can capture. It's just been a beast. I've killed the internet attempting to get it working. So, instead, we're just going to listen to some Shmup tunes and some beautiful commentary by YAKYBACK. So, I'll get that set up real fast, and then we'll be off to the races.
All right. Howdy, what's going on, Shmup
hold on.
Slam? Yeah, I can hear an echo.
Oh, there's an echo. Hold on.
Audio problems.
Try talking now.
All right, how's this sound? I can hear an echo.
Okay, hold on.
We're getting there.
Why is there an echo? What the hell?
It's going through both our mics?
Hold on. We've got so much audio rolling around trying to get this going. Okay, we got... Try talking now.
Yeah,
Nope.
how's this sound? Still got the echo.
Okay. Okay, now?
All right, yeah, I think it's still there.
Okay.
I don't hear it anymore.
I can fix it.
Okay.
Testing, testing.
Testing, testing.
Okay. No echo now, right?
Yeah, I don't hear an echo.
Holy hell, okay. Woo. Who knew one missing bit of audio could cause so much ruckus?
Ugh. Audio devices are the worst.
Yeah. Okay.
All
We
right.
got it.
Cool. We ready to go?
I think so.
All right. What's happening, Shmup Slam? We had some audio technical difficulties, but we're here. We're finally here. This is Satryn Deluxe. This is something a little bit different. It's not a vertical shmup like a lot of the ones that we've been seeing today. This is a twin-stick shooter. It's heavily inspired by Robotron, but it actually ends up playing a fair bit different. There's a lot of kind of physics interactions and other interactivity with like enemy bullets and enemy positions that's very interesting. This game ends up being very dynamic. We're going to be seeing some pretty high-level play here, I expect. This is a marathon game, so POWERTOOL is going to be playing the game for as long as they can, going to be getting as high of a score as possible. The goal that they've set is 80 million, which is a very, very high score. It's very possible that we might not see that score hit. Depending on when they take damage, it can make obtaining those very high scores impossible. I'll kind of explain how the scoring works when we get into it. But this game is very exciting, very dynamic. There's a lot of randomness to it. We might see some brutality. There might be some very difficult rooms. We'll see how it goes. But I'm super stoked. This is a very cool game. It's a very underrated game, in my opinion. Not many people are aware of it, but it's got a great aesthetic. It's got a fantastic game feel. Our audio here is kind of messed up, so we can't hear the game audio, but it sounds just as good as it looks. It's a very eye candy kind of game. Ear candy as well. It's got very crunchy arcade sound effects. It's a really cool game. I'm a huge fan of it.
Okay, you're ready. You're good. You're all set.
All right. I think we're going to get started here. So the game starts a little bit slow. You've got to build up a multiplier in order to get points. I'm going to explain a couple mechanics off the start here. And then as we get further into the run, things are going to get more exciting. It's going to get a bit more energetic. So, all right, so here you can see these blue guys here. These are the friends. POWERTOOL is going to want to pick these up because you can see the count in the top right. That is POWERTOOL's multiplier. So shooting enemies grants you points, and the more friends you have, the more points you get per enemy kill. Now, POWERTOOL will get a weapon drop every 70,000 points. Every 70,000 points, there will be some kind of random weapon that will drop, and we'll see those as the run progresses. These are big cannon enemies. Going to take those out before they become too dangerous. Oh, that was a really easy room. Just 2 big enemies. And you can see it automatically picked up all of the friends once the enemies are killed. So any friends not picked up at the end of the run will be picked up. You can see this is the triple shot. This is a very good weapon. It's the same power, just times 3. You get 3 shots. It's very useful. All right, we're coming in here. So you can see POWERTOOL is going to make their way over to where there is the most friends to try and pick those up. You can see there's certain blood splatters every time there's an enemy that dies or every time a friend gets killed. So you can see kind of the bright blue blood is not what we want to see because that means friends are dying. All right. We're going to keep going here. So POWERTOOL now has the quad shot. It shoots in all directions. This is extremely useful when you're in the center of the screen, especially when more... Ooh, that bomb killed a couple friends. That's unfortunate. Yeah, POWERTOOL's going to wait and not kill these enemies to pick up the friends, make sure it's safe. And ammo management is a big part here. So if POWERTOOL had cleared the wave before picking up that rocket, they would not have as much ammo going into the next wave. So you want to manage your ammo wisely to make sure that you've got the right amount. Those lasers there will kill you and your friends. It's very terrible. You can see there's getting to be more enemies spawning. We've got the rocket launcher weapon. This has got big damage and pushes enemies back. You can also push away those lasers as well. The physics interactions will happen with basically everything in this game. You can shoot things to move them around. POWERTOOL's going to want to avoid using the rocket launcher around the friends because it's very easy to push enemies into the friends and kill them. So they're going to want to try... Ooh, yeah, see, that's exactly what happened there. But the rocket launcher is great for clearing out crowds of enemies. So those that little purple enemy in the corner spawns more small, that called termite mamas, something like that. Oh yeah, the triple shot's really good for carving path. Yeah, we're gonna make our way over here, capture that friend. We're gonna start seeing some more enemy types as the game goes on as well. Yeah, those big purple guys on the left, those spawn those little purple guys that shoot at you. And if POWERTOOL doesn't take care of those quickly, it gets really overwhelming really fast. You can get dozens of those spawned in, and they're going to shoot tons of bullets at you. So POWERTOOL just picked up a shield. This will allow them to take a hit without actually dying. And that's critical because if POWERTOOL dies, they lose 1/3 of their friends, which is a huge deal not only for scoring, but because, remember, I mentioned that you get a power pickup at every 70,000 points. If you don't have enough friends, you might not have enough firepower to keep up with the enemies. So it's very important to stay alive in this game. Dying is extremely punishing. This is the quad shot here. That green power up there is the laser. It's a piercing laser. It's very useful for taking out huge crowds of enemies. You can see these black hole entities are kind of zooming around the stage. Those will kind of capture enemies in their orbit and warp things. They can create some really scary situations. If there's a whole cloud of enemies just surrounding the black hole and it comes in towards you, it can be a very terrifying situation. All right. So we've got 100 friends here, which is pretty good. We're on a good pace so far. So here's our first boss battle area. So these diamond-shaped enemies are called Sentinels. These are the boss enemies in the game. POWERTOOL is going to want to destroy each of these outer segments for points. This is the biggest source of points in the game, is destroying those segments. And POWERTOOL can actually walk inside them. They don't have a hitbox, so you can walk inside them freely, and you can stand inside them, which is really useful for killing them. But you want to destroy the segments instead of destroying the core, because that gives you the most points. Ooh, killed the friend there. This is the wave weapon. It pushes enemies away from you. As you can see, it's very useful for staying alive. This weapon will keep you alive even in the most dire of situations. Here's the speed shot. It's just a rapid-fire weapon. All right, we're getting into some more intense territory here. We're going to start seeing more and more bosses. Here they come. So we just got an extra life. You get extra lives for points, but shields are much more important than lives. You want to avoid dying at any cost. So you can see that POWERTOOL can actually shoot that laser that the Sentinel shoots out. You can shoot it with your weapon to push it away, which is very useful. It's critical for staying alive in a lot of situations. Yeah, we're staying in the corner here, using the wave to kind of push everything away from where you want to be. The laser weapon is really useful against the Sentinels because you can hit all of the segments at once. And as the game goes on, we're going to see battles with more than one Sentinel. I've seen upwards of 6 or 7 of those on the screen at a time. It gets really hectic really fast. So we're going to avoid the mines here. The laser's really useful for clearing these out. Ooh, these green enemies will hunt down your friends. They're called Huntresses. Ooh, yeah, I got a lot of friend deaths on that one. That's very unfortunate. But we're still on a really good pace here to score well. The rocket launcher is also good for these Sentinels because you can damage more than one segment at a time. You can see we've got 3 of them. And yeah, POWERTOOL is going to use the weapons to push away the lasers and shoot the missiles as they're coming towards them. You can essentially prevent all damage with your shot so long as you can hit projectiles coming towards you. Nice, we've got a second shield. That's really good. That's very important. You can hold up to 3 shields at a time. They drop the same way that weapons do. They're just a very rare weapon drop, essentially. Nice. Clearing out all 4 of those segments. Going in for the kill. Nice. Going into the next stage with quad shot. We're a little low on ammo, but, oh yeah, we've got plenty of drops, though. We've got a lot of friends, so drops are quite frequent because it's every 70,000 points. We're going to kill some of these enemies. More of them are going to spawn here, I think. Yeah, the drop rate is really good. It's very important to keep those weapon drops coming because you do not want to be out of ammo in a dire situation. It can be game over if you get into a bad situation like that. Ooh, okay, so these spike enemies will split apart into multiple projectiles when they're killed. They can get quite dangerous. They can end up filling the screen with small projectiles. But the triple shot's really good at taking them out and cleaning up this whole thing. As you can see, the triple shot just totally clears out everything on the screen. It's probably one of the best weapons, easily top 3 weapon in the game. Just because of sheer firepower and how it's pointed. We got a lot of red guys in this stage here. Nothing too crazy yet. The triple shot's really useful for taking care of crowds of enemies here. So we're rapidly approaching what we call the friend zone. Once you get 200 friends, that's when the scoring really picks up, and that's also when the pace of the game starts getting really, really intense. We're going to see how this goes. We've seen some great play so far. We haven't had any hits. Of course, things are just now starting to heat up. The missile launcher is nice, but it doesn't have any kind of piercing. Here's the laser weapon, very useful for taking out crowds of enemies. Yep, see, you can just destroy it all. It's unfortunate that you can't hear the audio in the game because it's a wonderful sounding game. All right. There's a lot of mines. Oh yeah, the laser just totally cleans up those mines, not a problem. Your friends will walk into the mines and die. It's very unfortunate. Lots of little projectiles in this stage here. Got to watch out for that black hole there. Thankfully that, ooh, some micro dodging there. That was a little scary. Thankfully the rocket launcher is really useful for taking care of those small projectiles, as is the triple shot. Let's see, are they going to pick up? Yep, they're going to pick up that weapon so that they have more ammo going into the next stage. All right, we're on to stage 23. So these are the white holes. You can see they're just like black holes, but they push things away instead of suck them in. And that's actually a lot more dangerous than black holes in this game. They can be very scary. So those big orange tanks over there will shoot large missiles at you. They've also got a lot of health. And now we've got triple shields. We're at max shield right now. This is a great position to be in. We've got good pace going into this. All right, POWERTOOL's going to take out the spawner before they can spawn too many termites. Okay, we got some bosses coming in. You can see their eyes glow on the outside of the ring. Here they come. The quad shot is probably, it's one of the best weapons for taking care of the Sentinels because you can sit inside them. You can hit them with all 4 bullets. So you can do really crazy damage in a really short amount of time. Yeah, see, you just destroy all of those segments. Clean. Very nice. And you can see the weapon is automatically picked up if they don't have a weapon in hand at the end of a stage. Got a good wave. Ooh, these green guys, these bats are very scary. I believe they're called Devourers. They will eat your friends and turn them into homing projectiles. It's very scary and very unfortunate. They also have a ton of health. I think as much health, the most health of any enemy besides the Sentinels, the boss enemies. All right. Pretty good stage, though. Took care of that, no problem. We're rapidly approaching the friend zone here. Things are going to start getting crazy. There's the flamethrower drop. That is arguably the best weapon in the game. You'll see it. Oh, we took a hit there. That's unfortunate. But we got plenty of shields, so there's no negative impact to the run yet. And that gives us more opportunity to pick up shields in the future. As you can see, the flamethrower just melts everything in front of you. It's an incredibly good weapon. It does piercing damage, high damage. It will completely melt the Sentinel segments. It's very good at that. Oh yeah, see, it's great for taking care of these crowds, just completely ripping through them. The basic shot is really, really bad at taking care of crowds because there's no piercing. You can only hit one enemy at a time. It's just not a good situation to be in. You always want to have a weapon in hand. If you ever don't have a weapon, you're in a bad spot once you get to this stage of the game. All right, so we only have 10 missiles going into this next stage, which should be fine because we've got enough friends to where, yeah, see, a weapon drop just immediately happens. 70,000 points is not that much when you've got this high of a multiplier. There's a lot of cannons here, but they're not too much of a threat by themselves. Lots of enemies spawning in, but the triple shot will take care of these guys. Nice, cleaning up here. All right, we got the laser going into stage 29. All right, we're gonna see some bosses here. Yep. So that is the back shot, that weapon sitting there. The back shot is the worst weapon in the game. You do not want the back shot. I mean, it's better than nothing, but it's pretty bad. And sometimes, sometimes the weapon can spawn in front of you while you're walking and you'll accidentally pick it up, which really sucks because then you essentially just lose the weapon that you're holding. The laser's very good at taking out those segments, as you saw. It just completely tore through it. Lets you damage all 4 of them at once. Very useful, especially when there's multiple Sentinels. All right, took care of that enemy. So now we got the back shot here. Again, the back shot is okay, but it's objectively inferior compared to every other weapon pickup. It's better than the base shot, but only slightly. It has the same amount of power. All right, we got quite a few friend deaths on this stage, but we have 210 friends, so we've got plenty of pace here. Nice. And see, the laser pickup will refill their ammo. All right, here we go. Probably some more bosses on this stage. Sometimes if it's a little suspiciously quiet at the start of a stage, you might expect some bosses to come in, but maybe not. Just a lot of bombs here. There's a lot of randomness to what enemies spawn when. Yeah, this is an interesting wave. It's just kind of like a slow drip of enemies. It's usually not this chill this far into the game. But hey, that's more points. All right, we're going to pick up these friends here. Ooh, yeah, these blue guys can be kind of scary. They'll shoot projectiles at you, I believe. Yep, those homing projectiles. The triple shot is going to be really useful here. Lets you hit multiple enemies at once. Those green guys, the huntresses, they will pick up a lot of speed, as you just saw. So if you don't kill them fast, they'll start grouping up and just swarming you after they kill all of your friends. The triple shot's going to be really useful for these projectiles. Yep, if you only have the single shot, those things can be really scary. The wave is great for survival here. We're not going to have any issues getting past this wave. So the bombs actually don't have any contact damage. You can walk through them and it will activate them and they'll explode, but only the explosion will damage you. Ooh, lost the friend there. Unfortunate, but not a huge deal. Gonna keep the triple shot. Okay, yep. We're gonna pick up the flamethrower now, just completely burn through that whole crowd. Very useful. We're gonna try to conserve the flamethrower ammo going into the next stage, I think. Yep, 98 flamethrower ammo is going to be really useful at the start of a stage. Okay, so we're going to take care of these mines. Yes, just totally clear out these crowds. Go for the... POWERTOOL wants to go for the part of the level that has the most friends in it to try and pick up as many of them as possible before they get killed. At this point in the game, there's so many enemies on screen and they spawn in so fast that a lot of the time you can't actually save your friends. They're going to die. It's inevitable. So you just want to try and pick up as many of them as you can. Yo, yeah, see, that was a great spawn there. Lots of friends here to pick up. This is quite good. All right, we got a rocket launcher here, which is going to be useful for these little projectiles. The rocket launcher will push enemies away as well as damage them. The rocket launcher can be a little unwieldy. Sometimes you can push enemies into you or into your friends, which can be very unfortunate. We're going to keep using the rocket launcher here to conserve ammo and pick up that flamethrower for the next round. Nice. Wow, the rocket launcher does not kill those in one hit. You can see they picked up a lot of momentum from that. Nice. All right, we're going into the next stage with a full flamethrower, which is a great position to be in. So far, this run has great pace. Ooh, we got some scary lasers. Yep, using the flamethrower to push those lasers away. That's very important. Otherwise, they'll just completely melt you. Nice. Okay, the quad shot's really useful here. Lets you shoot in all directions. Nice. Going into the next stage with the quad shot here. All right, so far this is a pretty chill stage. These things will shoot, projectiles at you, which you can destroy with your gun, as you can see there. There's a lot of bombs on screen here, but the laser will take care of those. I got some friend deaths here, but we still have 260 friends, which is great. I think I mentioned earlier, if POWERTOOL dies, they will lose 1/3 of their friends, which is very punishing. So we've got 2 shields, so we should be safe for the time being. I think we're on pace for a nice and long run here. We'll see. Maybe they'll hit their 80 million goal. That would be quite impressive. 80 million is a lot of points. This game's very exponential, so even though we only have 13 million points at the moment, of course, the more friends you pick up, the more points you earn, so that number is going to start growing exponentially. All right. Nice. Just a pretty basic stage here. The triple shot's useful for hitting multiple enemies at once. We're going to keep using the quad shot before picking up the flamethrower to conserve ammo. Nice, picking up the flamethrower to cut through the crowd there. That's very useful. Those little pink enemies leave those glowing, I guess they're drops of poop is what they are. Those will kill you if you touch them. So the flamethrower is really useful for cleaning those up. Picking up the laser so that we've got full ammo going into the next stage. All right, yeah, POWERTOOL is going to immediately target those purple spawners on the right because those will get out of control if they don't kill those. So, made quick work of those. Here comes some boss enemies. Let's see how many we got this time. 1, 2, 3. All right, we got 3 sentinels on the screen. That's certainly doable. Ooh, yeah, see, the lasers come in hot, but you can use your weapons to push them away from you, stop their momentum. Sometimes, if they have too much momentum, you might not have enough time to shoot them away. Ooh, we got another shield drop here. Oh, and the laser. See, the laser lets you pierce all of the sentinels in a row. Extremely useful and gets you so many points. And now we're going to be back up to 3 shields once they pick that up. Yep, so destroying the segments before destroying the core, as you can see, that provides a ton of points. That's the primary source of points, is killing all of those segments. So we got 3 shields with 275 friends. We're on level 42. This is a great pace. All right, we're using the quad shot here. This is really useful to clear out all these little enemies. All right. Yeah. Now the game's starting to get intense. We got 3 Sentinels on screen along with all these enemies. Ooh, we got 4 of those orange bomb tanks. This is a really scary screen, actually. Thankfully, POWERTOOL's making quick work, although we did take a hit. But it's not a huge deal when you have shields. There's no negative penalties for taking a hit other than losing your shield. Oh, that was close with the laser. That was a little scary. Oh, we took another hit there. There's a lot of projectiles on this screen. This is pretty scary. The flamethrower is going to be really useful to clear out all of these sentinels here. I think we missed one of the segments there, but it's not a huge deal. Sometimes you just got to kill them. Nice. Melt this final sentinel. Boom, boom, boom. Nice. All right. Going into the next stage here. Yes, as you can see, the rocket launcher will shoot enemies around and will also bounce your friends around. It's quite dangerous. Your friends usually end up dying if you shoot rocket launchers at them. Lots of little guys here. The speed shot is going to be useful here. I really love all the blood splatter effects in this game. As you can see, every enemy generates a unique blood splatter, and the player also kind of leaves like a track behind where they were walking. It's a very cool effect, I think. This game is gorgeous. All right. Pretty standard stage here. We're still on a fantastic pace here. Ooh, we're getting some bosses here. All right, here they come. How many are we going to get? 1, 2. Just 2 this time. All right. Using the rocket launcher to damage as many pieces as possible. Ooh, a little scary with the missile there, but we're fine. Ooh, we accidentally killed the core before the segments there, but that's not a huge deal. We've only got 2 missiles going into this stage, but we got a power pickup there, so that's good. So far, this is a fantastic run. But things could get scary. If they take another hit, then they will be completely vulnerable, which is a very scary position to be in. It's kind of a death spiral type of game. Because this is a marathon game, you just go as long as you possibly can. But once you take that 30% friend penalty, it can be very, very hard to recover. It's essentially impossible to recover after you've died a second time. So we just got a new weapon type here. This is the biggest weapon in the game. You could call it the BFG of the game. It's essentially, it's got the properties of a lot of different kinds of weapons. It's got piercing, it's got explosions, it does a lot of damage. It's a very powerful weapon. It's a very general weapon. It's good in pretty much all situations. All right. Going into the next stage here. Gonna take out these pink guys before they start spawning mines everywhere. Ooh, we're gonna have a lot of projectiles on the screen. Those red guys shoot those little projectiles, and thankfully the rocket launcher is going to protect POWERTOOL from most of that, but... Ooh, yeah, going in there to get the pickup, because you do not want to run out of ammo in this game. Especially at this stage of the game. Ooh, a little scary there with the projectiles, but we're good. Gonna just stick with the basic shot here to close it out so that we conserve ammo. Nice. All right. Things are really heating up now, and this game does not relent. We've got lasers, we've got cannons. Ooh, all of your friends are dead. All right, and here come the bosses. Thankfully, we got the quad shot, which is going to let us do a lot of damage to the boss, and a flamethrower. Okay, we've got a good position here. Only 1 sentinel in this wave, but we got a lot of enemies to contend with, and the lasers as well. Nice. As you can see, the flamethrower makes quick work of just about every enemy. It's an incredibly good weapon. Nice. All right, just got to close out this stage here. All right, we're going to go into the stage with a little low on ammo, but we should have a weapon drop shortly. Yep, right there. Very good. And see, you're not going to always get those weapon pickups if you lose out on those friends. That's why dying is so punishing in this game. Ooh, we got a lot of friend deaths in this game, unfortunate. But we got some really good weapon pickups. The triple shot here is going to let us take care of most of the enemies. And the flamethrower will let us clean up. Beautiful. You know, avoid picking up the back shot. You don't want the back shot. The flamethrower is much better. All right, got lots of mines in this level, but the flamethrower will totally clear those out. Not an issue. Lots of projectiles in this one. See, this stage would be absolutely terrifying if you didn't have a weapon. If you only had, say, back shot or the basic shot, that stage would have been absolutely horrifying. Probably a death. But the flamethrower will allow you to clean it up real quick. All right, we got a lot of little enemies here again. Ooh, we got some scary enemies here. Those, like I said, those green enemies are some of the toughest enemies in the game. I believe they have the highest health pool besides the Sentinels. Got some great dodging on display, though. All right, the back shot is going to do until we can get another weapon, until we can make our way over to that fast shot. Ooh, walked into that, took another hit. We are now vulnerable. This is a very scary position to be in. As you can see, those green bats have a lot of health, the Devourers. Ew, okay, finally they're dead. All right, we're going into number 52 here. We've got no shields. We do have 7 lives, but like I said, it can be a bit of a death spiral. Now, if we do take a death, we are going to keep playing. We're not going to just stop playing. It is possible to still recover and to keep getting as high of a score as possible. All right, the quad shot is good to have here. Okay, we're back with a missile. We got another quad shot on the ground over there. Ooh. Yeah, see, the missile makes it kind of hard to see what's happening. It can make situations a bit scarier than maybe they actually are. Nice. The quad shot's going to be really useful for taking care of these Sentinels. Ooh, so is the flamethrower. Beautiful. That's exactly what you want. Destroying those segments. Fantastic. Great work. All right, we got a laser on the ground here. So these little balls, when they're gray, they won't hurt you, but when they sit still for a while, they will activate and start glowing, and then they will explode if you touch them. Yep, you can see those have started glowing on the right there. You can shoot them to activate them, or rather deactivate them. Ooh, we got a back shot. I'm not sure what happened there, but we got a back shot. Thankfully, this stage isn't too tight at first, and we were able to pick up a laser, which is great, because that sucked. The black hole totally took that over. All right, so we lost a lot of friends there. We're back down to 205, but we're still in the friend zone. We can still make it back up. We're going to want to see some shield drops here. Otherwise, this could get dicey. All right, we got plenty of ammo for the next stage. We're going to really want to see a shield here, because if they take another hit, that's another 30% friends down, which is very bad. With this level of friends, though, we're still going to be earning enough points to get enough weapon drops to take care of the levels. As you can see, they're still dropping quite rapidly. There's a lot of enemies in here. The wave is really useful for keeping them away. The crowd control of this weapon is unmatched. Ooh, yeah, okay, nice. Oh, and there's the shield. Yeah, but the question is, can you pick it up? There's a lot of little guys on this stage. Don't want to touch any of them. They will all kill you. Nice, we got the shield. Very good. And a flamethrower. Beautiful. Okay. Whew. Now we're in a bit of a better position here. We can still score well. We've still got a lot of friends. We may have taken a death, but we're still on track to get a good score here. We might still meet the 80 million goal. Maybe? I'm not sure. Oh, we got a second shield. Okay. Nice. This is looking pretty good. Nice. These red guys are going to slowly get faster and faster the longer they're alive, so POWERTOOL is going to want to take them out as soon as possible. Ooh, that might... Oh, their movement is crazy. They're so ballsy with how they just walk into those crowds of enemies, just totally confident, ready to use all 4 of their shots. Really useful. Flamethrower is going to be great at cleaning this up. All right, great position going into the next stage. On stage 57. And another shield. Beautiful. Now we're in business. We may have lost some friends earlier, which is going to really inhibit our scoring potential. It probably means this isn't going to be a world record run, but this is still got potential to be a very high scoring run. All right. This is a little scary with all these little projectiles here. It can be kind of hard to see what's even going on. Nice. Gonna pick up the triple shot, so we got full ammo in the next stage. Nice. Triple shot is a great weapon to have going into a stage. It's very useful in basically all situations. Killing these enemy spawners before they become a problem and before the bosses start coming in. If POWERTOOL didn't kill those spawners before the bosses started coming in, ooh, we just took a hit. it would have gotten very overwhelming because it's hard to deal with enemies and bosses at the same time. Nice. The bosses are taken care of. Flamethrower makes quick work of them. And it's going to make quick work of these enemies, too. Probably the best weapon in the game. Arguably, even better than the BFG weapon. Nice. All right, level 59. Here we go. Ooh, got lots of Huntresses spawning in here. So they don't do much at first, but then they're going to attack the friends, and then once all the friends are gone, they're going to start accelerating towards POWERTOOL. Nice. Took care of them. All right. Took care of them before they became a problem. All right, going to clean up the rest of this here. Going to expend the rest of the laser ammo, so we've got full ammo going into the next stage. Nice. All right, level 60. Here we go. Ooh, nice friend pickup there. Really aggressive picking up the friends here. That was quite good. Nice, got some more ammo for the rocket launcher. Rocket launcher's not great for these little guys, but it's better than the basic shot. Nice. The rocket launcher actually doesn't do as much damage as you might expect. It's mostly used to kind of push things around. We're going to stick with the basic shot here to conserve ammo. Nice. Very clean. All right, level 61. All right, these blue enemies here, purple enemies are going to spawn more little purple enemies. So I want to take care of those before they become a problem. Okay, thankfully they're all dead here. Always got to target those spawning enemies first, because things can get really out of hand. And we got another shield to get us back up to 3. Very nice. So as you can see, shields are kind of like your extends in this game. Because dying is so punishing, even though we've got 6 lives, by the time you're down to life 2, the death spiral is already well underway, and there's basically no hope. So we really got to try and conserve those shields as much as possible. The shields are more like your lives than your actual lives are, which is interesting. This is a bit of a scary screen, but we've got plenty of space here to maneuver still. Oh, here come the green enemies. They're going to start charging now that they've been around long enough to get angry. Ooh, oh, we're going to see some nice, the beautiful movement to weave through those enemies there. Ooh, took a hit there. Yep, that got a little crowded. Generally speaking, the longer enemies are alive, the more dangerous they become. All right, nice. Lots of friends here to pick up. Oh, but we might not get to them. Wave is going to help us stay alive. Ooh, but it's also going to accelerate them to very high speeds. This can get kind of scary. There's going to be a lot of little projectiles on the screen. Great movement on display by POWERTOOL. Yep, just managing the hordes of enemies here, keeping them away. The wave is a very safe weapon. It allows you to be quite safe in basically any situation. It'll keep enemies away from you. All right. Next stage here. All right, the laser is going to be useful for piercing, but this isn't the best setup for it. Lots of Huntresses on this stage. POWERTOOL is going to try to take them out before they start rushing. Yep, here they come. They're going to start rushing POWERTOOL here. The bombs can kill enemies if they blow up on them, which is pretty nice. All right, 65. Going to clear out some of those mines. All right, this is going to be a boss level. How many are we going to get? 1, 2, 3. Oh, we got 3 and 4 Devourers. This is a very scary screen. Oh, yep, see, that laser just sweeps over. 2 hits. Oh, and we're naked. This is a terrifying screen here. And there's the death. That's very unfortunate, but that screen was really hard. I don't even know how you would deal with that, because those green enemies, the Devourers, have so much health. You need to shoot them so much. So, okay, we took another death, but that's actually not a big deal. If you die more than once in the same screen, you won't lose any more friends. So POWERTOOL is actually going to avoid picking up that shield until they actually beat the stage. So we're losing some lives here, but like I said, that's actually not as big of a deal as it might be in other games because of the way the scoring works. Having that shield on deck is going to be really useful. We're going to get the auto pickup for that. Nice. All right. Okay, we've got a shield. We only have 170 friends, so we're a lot lower here. So ammo management is going to become a lot more important because the enemies are unrelenting in this game, but now we're going to have less weapon pickups because we're getting less points per kill. All right, we got a second shield. All right, hey, we can keep this run going. We might not hit 80 mil with this run, but we can keep it going, and we can still have some great moments. Nice, going to use up the last of the flamethrower here. Let's finish off this level. Nice. All right, 67, we're almost there. All right, we got the quad shot, which will be nice. This music is pretty fitting. I like it. All right, here comes some bosses. 1, 2, 3. All right, we got 4 bosses on screen. This is, oh, we picked up the back shot, which ain't great. Oh, this is a scary situation to be in, right in the middle of a bunch of sentinels and enemies all around. Ooh, yeah, skirted by those lasers. The speed shot is decent. You're going to probably kill some enemies with the speed shot. It's not great against the sentinels, but it is useful for killing enemies and for pushing those lasers away. Ooh, okay, the back shot came in again, spawned right on top of them. Oh, okay, lost a shield there. This is a very hectic screen. This is pretty scary. Lots of bosses here. All right, laser is going to let us really... Ooh, okay. We got to survive here. The laser is going to let us pierce and destroy a lot of sections. Ooh, we lost our other shield. This is very unfortunate. We're naked. Oh, that was close. We almost died again right there, but we didn't. Beautiful. Flamethrower is going to carry us out. All right. Whew. That was scary, but we're still alive. We still have 184 friends. We're still very vulnerable without a shield. Any death here is going to probably spell the end of the run, unfortunately. Well, not immediately, but shortly after. Just because of the friend loss, we just will not have the weapon pickups to be able to keep up with the enemies. We'll see what happens. But with enough skill, you can make it through just about anything in this game. Sometimes you get walled in. Sometimes situations are just insane. But if you're a god gamer, you can make it quite far. By the way, POWERTOOL's PB is 115 million. Very impressive score. World record holder, in fact. All right, we're gonna... Oh, lots of friends died on this stage. Very unfortunate. Level 70. Oh, we were on level 69 just barely. I didn't even shout it out. All right. Got some big enemies here with a lot of health. Those Devourers, the green guys, are going to be a problem. Oh, and there's more of them, too. We got 5 of them on screen, and we got spawners. This is a very scary screen. We're going to have a lot of projectiles here. Okay, the wave is going to really be instrumental in keeping us alive here. Oh, as you can see, those spawners on the left there, now they've become a problem. There's a lot of... Oh, and there's the death. Yep. That was a really scary screen. With all the projectiles on screen... Like, it just becomes overwhelming. Again, dying again on the same screen here is not a big deal. We only lose friends for the first death on the screen. But we're low on lives now. Run's almost over. Okay, oh, okay, we got 2 shield drops. All right, we're going to try and stay alive here. Going to clean up the rest of these. All of these enemies spawned in from those purple guys. This is what happens if you don't target and destroy those spawners immediately. And, see, even just this is quite a lot to contend with. So when you've got other enemies in the mix, like those Devourers earlier, frankly, it's no wonder they took a few hits on this stage. This game pulls no punches once you get to this level. All right, going to clean up the last. And we see we don't have any power weapons heading into the next stage. So we are going to be using the base shot in the next stage here. Let's see how this goes. Okay, we got a weapon drop right away. That's actually great. And as you can see, the weapon drops are a bit stingier now that we only have 126 friends. Nice. Good, great usage of the rocket launcher there. We're going to use the laser to tear through the crowd. Very good. Ooh, oh, that was a scary projectile there. The way those bounce off the walls can be pretty scary. Thankfully, we're still alive. And we've still got a shield. All right, we're going to use the triple shot to clean. Nice. Quick work. 72. This is quite far in the game. I've never made it this far myself. All right, we're going to try and stay alive here. It's the name of the game at this point. Just trying to conserve ammo, use it as wisely as you possibly can. And see, when you get the back shot drop for your weapon, it really sucks at this point because the back shot just is not that great. Better than nothing, though. Oh, and we got another shield pickup. This run is still alive. This run still has some life in it left, which is very good to see. We can still see some good scoring here. We're no longer in the friend zone. Oh, took another hit there, but we still have a shield. This is a bit of a scary screen. Nice. All right. Okay, we're still getting enough weapon drops to be able to handle the enemies here. The laser here is really useful for piercing all of these enemies, especially for these high health enemies. That's very useful to start doing damage to all of them, even if you don't kill them right away. Nice. Good job. And as you can see, the back shot was replaced by the other weapon. Other weapons will take priority when it comes to the auto pickup, which is very useful. Okay, we got to take care of these spawner enemies before another situation like that happens again. All right, we're going to be able to clear this out pretty easy, I think. Nice. Careful of those little guys here. All right, we're still alive. We may have died a few times, but we're still going, and we've still got a shield. All right, the rocket launcher here is going to be critical for taking care of these little guys. That spawn sequence took forever as the game spawned in each individual enemy. There's a lot of guys here, but thankfully the rocket launcher will make quick work of them. And here come the boss enemies. If we didn't have a weapon there, that would have been overwhelming, and this could have been really scary really fast. 1, 2, 3. We got 3 bosses on screen. So far, we haven't seen any more than 3 this run, I don't think, which is interesting. Usually, you start seeing 4 or 5 at this point in the game, but there is also a lot of enemies on this stage to make up for that, so it's not exactly easy. All right, staying out of range of the laser there. The shots can destroy the missiles that those fire as well, which is very useful. Ooh, there's the other death. Very unfortunate. And now we're down to 100 friends. We're on the last legs of this run. Things are not going to be looking pretty from here on. The speed shot is not that great for dealing with sentinels. It's better than the base shot, but it's really not that great. Ooh, watch out for that laser. Very good redirection there. All right, going to pick the speed shot back up. Again, those bosses don't do any contact damage, so you can walk through them freely. All right, they're just going to kill the core there instead of going for the segments. At this point, survival is the priority. They get a lot of points from that, but because we've lost so many friends, the point value isn't as high as it used to be. All right, we're going to just finish off the core here, and we're clear. And we got another shield. We're going to keep it going for a little bit longer. Let's see what happens. This is the death spiral, folks. As weapons become more and more scarce and the enemies get harder and harder, eventually these screens are just going to start becoming untenable. To where almost no matter how hard you play, if all you have is the basic shot, you're just not going to make it very far. As you can see, we've got the basic shot here, and as soon as possible, we're going to go over to get the weapon here. We're still getting just enough drops here to stay alive, which is good. Oh, we got the weapon jump scare. A weapon spawned right on top of POWERTOOL, which caused them to pick it up. When that happens, in the middle of an intense fight, it can be death, because all of a sudden your shot is different. So sometimes that happens in this game. The worst is when you get back shot jump scare. All right, here come some bosses. I think we're going to see a bunch here. Yeah, we got 4 bosses. All right, this is pretty scary, but nothing too... Oh, we got a flamethrower, though, which is going to be really, really useful. Yep, just going for the core kill. Oh, wow, dodging those missiles. Very impressive. melting all the... See, the flamethrower is critical, and we got a second flamethrower pickup. That flamethrower was instrumental in getting through this level. That would have been a very scary level to deal with basically any other weapon besides flamethrower or laser. Speaking of laser, we've got one right here, which is going to be very useful going into the next stage. Level 79. We're getting very deep into the game here. We're going to try and kill these tanks here right away before the rest of the enemies spawn in. All right, we're getting some bosses on this stage. Here they come. We're going to go for the triple shot. That's going to let us do a lot of damage to the segments. Okay, there's some Devourers on screen as well as some bombs, but this isn't too scary of a screen. Well, you know, all things considered. Ooh, we did take a hit there, though. I'm not even sure what hit them, but... Oh, wow, that was terrifying, but they somehow squeezed out of that. That was really interesting. Wow, okay, that micro-dodging there was insane. That was beautiful. Really great plays here by POWERTOOL. Ooh, nice. The triple shot, see, that's beautiful. It lets you keep the laser away from you while doing damage to the other Sentinel. That is huge. Rocket Launcher's going to let us clean this up. Very nice. All right, we're going to pick up the wave here before killing the enemy, because otherwise we would only have a couple missiles going into the next stage. And that ammo management is critical at this stage. All right, nice. The wave weapon is going to be useful for staying alive here. This is a pretty scary stage. Oh, and we got some bosses coming in too. We're going to have to try to clean up these enemies before they show up. All right, nice. Good job. The laser here is critical for these Sentinels. That lets you damage all of their segments at once. All right, we got some Devourers on screen as well. Nice. Fantastic play by POWERTOOL here. We've had some hits, but frankly, I'd say this is an impressive run. Oh, took another hit there. We are now naked. And I believe they still have one stock after. Oh, we got another shield drop, right? And we just lost it. That was that was a little scary with all those lasers. That was rough. All right, we're just going to go for the kill here. Yep, push that laser away. Dead. All right. Still have a shield. We still have over 100 friends. Let's see how this goes. Not going to have nearly as much scoring potential as we would have if, you know, we hadn't have died. But that's how these things go. You got to keep going. It's Shmup Slam. All right, we got a BFG. Going to use the laser to clear out the rest of it just to finish up the level. And the BFG takes priority over all other weapons, so that it gets auto-picked up. BFG is going to be nice here. It's going to let us just kind of carve a path. Here comes some bosses. Going to conserve the BFG ammo. All right, we got 4 Sentinels on the screen. Nice. One. See, the BFG just totally melted one, and we no longer have a shield. We are completely naked, folks. Oh, wow. And there's the death. All right. This is it. The final life of the run. Here we go. This is a terrifying screen, and there it is. Well, I would say that was a fantastic run. We took a lot of deaths. We didn't quite hit that scoring goal, but I think that was a pretty impressive run. We saw some fantastic micro-dodging, some great scoring, some great performance. I think that was fantastic. Wow. Good job, POWERTOOL. Would you like to come over on the mic? Would you like to come over on the mic, speak about the run, if you'd like to? That's what we did last time.
Hello.
How'd you feel about that run? How'd you feel about that run?
It was all right. I'm glad I hit my fallback goal of 60 million. Very fun game, but like, you know, lots of technical issues, and then gameplay also went wrong. There were some mean stages in there. Yeah, Satryn Deluxe is a very fun game. Really sad that we couldn't have the audio for it, because it sounds great, and you know, there's all like the warnings and the scary like monster calls that happen when like the termites appear, or the termite mamas. or the Sentinels coming out from the back. Like lots of ear candy, lots of eye candy. Fantastic game, super cheap. Come and give me some competition on the leaderboard. We gotta liven things up. Yeah, that's about it. Thanks for watching.
Great playing. That was great. This is an interesting. How did you find this game?
So I found this game just following someone on Twitter. I don't even know who. It might have been like a retweet or whatever. But I thought, oh, I like Robotron. I'll put it on my wish list and then forget about it. But then YAKYBACK actually bought it for me for like Christmas.
That's awesome.
So this wouldn't have happened without YAKYBACK stepping in and taking charge.
Yeah, it's like Robotron times 10,000 or something crazy.
Yeah, I love Robotron, but I do honestly got to say Robotron's obsolete with this game out. Like,
yeah, looks pretty cool.
It's a fantastic game, really. Pick it up.
Okay, awesome. All right, we are speed transitioning to Guwange. So hang tight, everyone.
Yeah, thanks for watching.
Yeah, the music honestly sounded kind of cool. Like there's like this like rock music as they're playing. Yeah, sounded pretty cool.
Sorry about the audio issues. If it were to die, like, it doesn't matter. You can just kill it.
So careful.
Hello. Hello, chat. Oh, I gotta turn down the caster's audio. How's it going, everyone? So we're gonna very quickly switch over to Guwange. No delays. Because, yeah, that was really cool. Hey, how's it going, 420 Praise It? DJ 420 Praise It. How's it going? Yep, we're switching over to Guwange. This is gonna be really awesome. DR.TAN is playing it on the Mister. He's been practicing. So, hang tight. We're gonna be really fast.
Okay, hey everybody, it's me, AQUAS, and I'm with TOOMUCHDOG, who will be
Hey, how's it
also
going?
playing Guwange in this event. And yeah, here we are. It's up TOOMUCHDOG.
It's good. Looking forward to the run.
So we got DR.TAN here, and I've been informed he's going to be basically just going for a clear. Is that right? Hi.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, not much. What's up with you guys?
Not much.
Excellent.
Excited to show off some Guwange.
Sorry?
I
The
said
stream
I'm
can hear
excited
me?
to show
Okay,
off
cool,
some-
cool.
Oh, okay. He's not talking to me.
No, sorry, that was me talking to Mark.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
All right, I think we are pretty much ready to go. I'm just going to double check with Mark here. All right, Mark, we're ready to go? Okay, awesome. All right, guys. So I'm going to try and probably shoot for 30 mil, but it's been a little rough
Ooh.
today, so it might be 20, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, so if you guys are ready, I'm ready to go.
Awesome. We're ready.
Okay.
All right, so Guwange is an extremely strange shmup. It's very unorthodox. The first thing you'll probably notice is that you're not a spaceship. You're just a character walking around on the ground. That means that, yes, there is collision that you cannot walk through. That makes things really cramped. There's also no screen scrolling left to right like there is in some other cave shmups. So really, really tight gameplay sometimes. But that's made up for another mechanic. You see right now on screen there's a little ghost called the Shikigami. And what that does is it allows you to slow down bullets by hovering over them. And killing an enemy with the Shikigami will cancel any bullets that are slowed down. So you'll see that here pretty shortly. That's the major way of dealing with bullets, as they tend to clog up the screen, but you can get rid of them that way. So you'll see right here, there's collision that your shot can't make it through, but your Shikigami can. So that's going to be an important factor. There's some enemies that are on top of roofs, some enemies that are behind walls or across bridges that you can't shoot with your shot. So you have to route the Shikigami for that as well. So
Yeah, but you don't like take any damage from like walking into the environment.
oh yes, that's that too. This is not Gradius, so. All right. So one thing you'll notice immediately, sounds like he was going for score, so I'll start to explain the score system a little bit as well. You'll see in the top left corner there we have the skull meter, and right underneath it is the coin counter. So I'll explain the skull meter first. Basically, this game is a chaining game, and you actually chain between stages. So we're going to see DR.TAN here try to go for a full game chain, hopefully. And basically, killing enemies and canceling bullets is going to get you coins, and that'll add to the counter. And that's kind of like a multiplier, to where each coin is worth an amount of points based on the number of coins you already have. So now the other thing is that you'll see when the skull meter is completely, when it's in the top half, you'll see it starts flashing gold, and that's what gets enemies to drop coins. So the chain meter is very lenient, but also if you just keep it kind of low, you will not be getting coins. So you got to keep it topped off to get the most coins.
Yeah,
One other important thing
something I didn't know about just till we were just talking about this right before is you get more coins at the top of that meter, so that there's a lot of mechanics that go into scoring this game. And
yes,
but now he's got 1,000 coins, which means when he attacks enemies with that skull meter in the gold, you'll leech coins, extra coins with the auto shot.
I like to call them tick coins, kind of like tick points, you know. But tick coins instead.
I like that.
Speaking of tick coins, there's a little tech you can do here called Spirit Flux. I don't know who coined that term, but that's what I'm going to use for it. Basically, what you do is you switch between your shot and Shikigami pretty rapidly, and that allows you to fill up the skull meter enough for your shot to be contacting an enemy at higher than 6 skulls, which gets you tick coins. So basically, it's a little technique you can do to get tick coins during boss fights, and you're basically going to see him doing that constantly throughout the boss fights to get some more coins.
Yeah, so he's holding full auto and tapping A is what's going on here to do this technique. And this is really only usable if you have full auto enabled, as I understand, on the board. So you might want to go into the configuration settings and make sure you have that set.
Yeah, the game's borderline unplayable without the C button enabled, so you make sure and do that. That's mostly because if you're holding down C and you press A, it'll instantly switch to the Shikigami. You know how in cave games you can tap the A button to shoot the shot by itself, you know, and hold it for focus? Well, that creates a delay if you just use the A button by itself in this game. So you want to have the C button enabled so you can hold down C and then press A to immediately switch to Shikigami. I call it the Instagami. I think that's kind of a cute name for it. So.
Wow, amazing,
Yeah.
amazing. Yeah, there's
So
a
you see-
really crazy flow to this game, like with all the enemies and bullets on screen. So you can like hover over bullets with your spirit to pause the chain meter, and this will be one way you can kind of keep the chain afloat. So keeping the chain afloat is generally not extremely difficult, but there will be a few moments where you will have to kind of cheese it by holding some bullets on screen and then keeping that meter flow. But you do restore the skull meter faster by taking down the smaller enemies with the auto shot. Then you'll want to focus on the larger enemies with the spirit or the Shikigami.
Yeah, that's an important thing. Is that it is a chaining game, so normally you would think that means kill enemies as slow as possible to keep your chain going. But because of the way the coins work, and because you get basically double coins when you're at 9 or 10 skulls, you really want to keep that skull meter topped off all the way. So that basically means killing enemies constantly, pretty much. And that's super cool because they designed the game in such a way where you're able to do that, which makes for an extremely content-dense game as well, which is actually why it's so good in my opinion. So.
Yeah, I mean, I've always liked it because, I mean, once you kind of know the enemy spawns, it all plays into the game, like the scoring and surviving. They're really the same here.
Yes, yeah.
But of course, as you go deeper and deeper into the game, you're probably going to be having tighter routes and managing the different enemy types and how you're using the auto shot and the spirit.
Right.
So it's like a lot. It's a lot. It's like very. It's really intensely well designed, I guess.
Oh yeah. Except for some point economy stuff, but we can touch on that at a later time.
Right
now
he's
he's
the boss here, yeah.
Yeah. What's going on now is there's actually a milk you can do for this boss. So that attack we just saw previously to this one, he sticks out little tentacles, and when you shoot those tentacles, they drop coins for you to pick up. So one important distinction. Oh, here's the attack again, by the way. The second time it happens and beyond, there's going to be suicide bullets that come out though, so it'll be a little bit trickier. Okay, looks like he's going to skip it. I don't blame him at all. To be honest with you.
Yeah, that's an annoying thing.
It's really tricky, yeah, and really random too. Like, I mean, sometimes the tentacles just appear right on top of you, and it's just rough. So, but yeah, you can milk that pattern for a little bit longer, but it's quite tough, and it doesn't even give you that many coins. So, no shame in skipping it for sure. One other key.
Yeah, already almost dead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, one other important thing about boss fights is that bullet cancels during boss fights don't give you coins. So it cancels the Shikigami. I mean, don't give you coins during boss fights. Otherwise, there would be a ton of milking that you could do theoretically. Phase transition cancels do get you coins. Those are those silver coins that you see. So basically, during boss fights, you want to do the spirit flux thing, like I mentioned earlier, and also try and get as many bullets on screen for a big cancel. So. Yep. Coming up in stage 3 is the first health item in the game. So Guwange has it doesn't really have lives, but you can see in the bottom left corner there is his health bar. Those 3 segments of the health bar kind of act like lives. It's just that you can take multiple hits per life. So each bullet does half a bar of damage, and if you're using the Shikigami, it actually halves the damage you take. So you can take up to 4 hits with the Shikigami before you lose your life. There's a health bar or a health item coming up, and that's really important because if you pick it up while you're at full HP, it'll actually give you a ton of coins. So that's a really important part of getting ready for the cat spider, which we'll talk about more in a second, is making sure you get that health item at full, because it'll give you 2,000 extra coins, which is a ton at this point in the game.
Yeah,
so.
like the resource management is like insane on this, and yeah, those coin bonuses are gigantic when you pick up the health and you don't have any damage taken. So here, there's going to be like these 4 statues in the bottom right. You can see a fat one there in the bottom. The other ones are just like skinny. You go for the fat one. And then this health pops out, which you just grabbed with the spirit. You can use the spirit to actually grab items and also coins on the ground.
Yes, yeah, that'll be important for stages 4 through 6, especially because there's a lot of enemies. Ooh, Jack in the Box kind of came at a bad time, but that Jack in the Box enemy, by the way, if you've never been hit, he has a 100% chance to appear. But if you have been hit before, then he may not. It's just random. It's also completely random when he appears. So if he appears too late, it can really throw off the routing. It can get that section to be pretty crazy. So that was kind of a bad RNG there as to when that enemy appeared. But
so like this section kind of demonstrates the ability of the spirit canceling the bullets for you. So like you kind of like hover the spear over the front, and that's gonna like clear out some of these bullets. But actually, he didn't even really do that. Well, he kind of is doing that now. But
yeah. Some scoring tricks you can do.
Yeah.
There's some scoring tricks you can do there where you like leave certain enemies alive to get more cancels off those ghost girls. So, but it's a little bit tricky for sure. Things get out of hand, and it's pretty random too.
This is like the first part where you need to like hover over the bullets to keep the chain. So you see that going on right there. But yeah, you gotta do that to keep the chain.
Yeah. Holding onto a bullet stops your chain from decreasing. So that's how that works.
Yeah,
that can also actually be used to get some extra coins. You'll see sometimes he holds onto a bullet while he's at full skulls, and he lets his little half shot shoot an enemy. It'll be getting him tick coins while he's doing it. So that's the way you can milk some extra coins from certain enemies. But right now we have the cat spider. This is what the game is notorious for. The cat spider second phase is a really, really long and difficult milk. A little bit absurd. We'll explain a little bit more once it gets going, what the milk is all about. I'm not sure how intense DR.TAN will be going for today, but
skip the second phase here.
Oh yeah, hey, sounds good. I would too.
So this attack here that he's dealing with, he's just gonna bomb it, but essentially it's throwing out random spears down the screen, and it's pretty difficult to deal with. And when you bomb, that's gonna take away about half of the gold chain, so you gotta watch your bombs if it's getting close to that half mark. There's the notorious attack again. Gets out of it unscathed. Very nice.
Yeah. By the way, if you drop your train, I don't know if we mentioned, but you drop your train, you lose all your coins. And if you lose a life, then you lose half your coins. So either of those things happen, that's like a pretty big deal to your score anyways. But the way the cat spider milk works is that you saw briefly there for a second that it shot out these little spores that kind of make a trail behind it. And once you break those spores, they drop coins. So destructibles in a boss fight that drop coins, that's what milking is in this game. So
yeah, and you saw him weaving through some bullets there. Yeah, the hitbox is pretty tiny. It's like around the back/neck, kind of S-braid style hitbox. So you can really navigate some crazy patterns.
My theory is that they made the hitbox smaller because you have to be controlling two characters at once. Something I didn't mention yet, but whenever you use the one D-pad, you control the Shikigami and the character, by the way, if that wasn't obvious. But when you're using the Shikigami, your character can only move left and right. So it's kind of an extremely weird thing to get used to, but it makes a lot of sense. The game is heavily designed around it, so it actually becomes quite fun and intuitive once you get used to it. So
it's a great dynamic, I think.
Oh, yeah,
you do have to get used to it, though. This is a kind of a annoying section I always found.
Yes.
Got these all sorts of enemies here to help you keep that chain going, but you can easily wipe out everything here with being not too careful. This is another one moment where you kind of hang out with the bullets there. Ooh.
Looks like he took some damage right before he's picking up this health item. That's a little unfortunate, but big deal. That health item this worm mini boss drops a health item, and it's worth about 3,000 coins if you can get out without taking damage. But
yeah, those coin bonuses, man, those are huge.
Oh, they're huge, absolutely, especially in stage 6. So.
And I mean, yeah, we'll talk about it later, but yeah, the end game clear bonus is also insane in this. So if you can just get there with as many lives and coins as possible, you get a crazy amount of score.
Genuinely, half the scoring is just not taking damage. So that's kind of a cave.
This is this is a tough segment here. Bombing, it's just very safe to do that.
Yes, yeah, very rough section right there. One thing that I'll mention too, by the way, not many people know this about the game, but this game actually has rank. The more coins you have, the faster and more dense the patterns get. So it's going to be a little more difficult than your regular survival clear here because he's at 15k.
So is this maxed out, or when does it max out?
Oh yeah, the rank. It's actually bugged to where once you go over 50,000 coins, it loops back to minimum rank. So that's actually a really big goal for high level scoring, is getting to 50k. So you can go back to easy mode.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, I'm kind of stuck in my routing because I'm always just barely short of 50k, and I end up having to fight the final bosses at max rank, and it's just annoying.
That's so weird.
Yeah, it is so strange, but I'm not complaining because it makes the game a lot easier. So.
Well, it's a nice reward if you can manage to do that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
There's these little talisman slips the boss is gonna shoot at you. They don't actually hurt you; they just slow you down. Might see him. Did we already see him?
No, they're coming up next. Here they are. Yeah.
Yeah, you can destroy them, but yeah, these don't actually hurt you. They just slow you down. That's cool. You don't really see that kind of thing in a cave game much.
Yeah, definitely interesting. This boss does not have much scoring other than doing the Spirit Flux technique. And getting a big cancel at the end too, but so it's really just surviving these patterns. Right here you'll see him taking advantage of a safe spot. If you just stay right above like the bottom middle of the screen right there, that pattern can't hit you. Actually, I did get hit one time in the safe spot. I think it was because of a really niche mechanic though, which I don't know if I have time to explain. But yeah, I guess I do have time to explain because this pattern's long. Basically, whenever you hold down bullets with the Shikigami, they actually turn to aim at you just a little bit, and the rate at which they turn is based on how fast they are. So there's only a couple parts in the game where that's actually relevant, where the bullets are moving fast enough to where that mechanic actually matters. One of those is the cat spider. Another one would be like stage 5 boss. So that's something that unfortunately actually made the safe spot not safe for me. So little tidbit there for you.
Yeah, the thing I always liked about this game is like the bullet patterns never seem to create like they're really random looking, you know. So it's like you're always on your toes dodging that stuff. That's one of my favorite things about these patterns.
Yeah. Stage 5, here we go. It's one of my favorite stages, honestly. It's a little bit like a mini stage. It's kind of short, but it just has some really cool parts in it, and it just feels cool to do. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, positioning that spirit like in front of where all the bullets are going to cancel all the bullets from the enemies being destroyed. That's Guwange for you.
Yep. Top left right here, you see those carts coming out from that door right there. If you kill them quick enough, you'll get a third one to appear. Looks like it didn't appear, unfortunately, but you can get one extra little cancel right there, just for some bonus coins.
I can't handle the 3, so I delayed it.
Yeah, I got you. There is a health item coming up, a small health item. It'll restore half a bar. So if he can hold out until then, he'll be in good shape for the boss. So right here, we're gonna see some of these dancer enemies that walk past. You knock them down once, they actually get up again. You have to kill them permanently by stepping on them. So, ooh, took a miss right there. That's unfortunate. We're gonna see a lot of health items coming up in stage 6, so it's honestly not that big of a deal missing at this point. The small health items actually do not restore you to the next life. They only restore the current life that you're on. So unfortunately, we'll be stuck at 2 lives for now. But in stage 6, we'll see some items that will heal us back to full. So
yeah, and you won't even get pinched by the environment there. He just stays down there, and the game zips you up. So it's kind of nice.
Yeah, there's actually some cool parts where you can use that little it recorrecting you to do a little dodging. There's one part in stage 4 that I like to do it sometimes if things get hairy. You can do a little warp by letting the collision push you. So that's pretty cool. This part's pretty crazy. You just got to route it out, but it's also really cool.
You're getting flanked by just an absurd amount of enemies with a lot of bullets, so you kind of gotta manage the spirit and slow down the bullets to create gaps so you can like go left and right and dodge. Yeah. It's fun.
Oh yeah. Here we've got the stage 5 boss. There's actually 2 bosses in this stage, but the first one, he's just got some really fast and random patterns, so you never know what horrible tricks he's gonna pull on you, you know? So yeah, I totally agree with bombing on him because he's super random. Yeah.
One problem you run into though with using your spear all the time is when those bullets turn pink and they get out of that cancel zone, they come at you faster. So that's like one little thing that the game's trying to get you with, even though that's such a powerful tool, and you have to use it.
Yeah, you have to use it to keep your train up, which can interfere with the patterns in annoying ways. So we're at the second boss of stage 5. He's pretty similar, except his patterns are just a little bit slower and more complicated, so it's easier to react. His later phases have some really nasty stuff you can do. So
turns into this kind of.
I'm a little bit worried about our chain count here. Are we gonna keep it? Ooh, he kept it.
So
oh wow.
It depletes so slowly when you use a bomb, thankfully, but it's still close.
Ooh, another miss there, unfortunately.
Getting beat up by the ogre.
There's a full heal in stage 6, so we'll be good on clearing for sure. But yeah. Oh, the chain! Oh no. It's okay. It was good. It's a little rough. It's really rough. Yeah. See, you need to keep your skulls at about 6 to have enough time to bomb. Because in boss fights, the bottom half of the skull meter actually decreases slower, but the top half decreases faster. So you kind of have less room to work with there, the skull meter. So, but also it's a little more forgiving in some ways too. It's just a little different. So, but yeah, here we go. Final stage. This part's a lot about just kind of canceling everything. Most of the latter half of this game is just about kind of obvious cancels, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're easy to do. So we're going to be doing some difficult stuff, I'm sure. So
yeah,
this part's really...
So yeah, it's like getting that chain already back up to 1,000, so you get those extra coins, leech tick coins as you call them. And just really making sure that spirit's over where the bullets are spawning, so you can just get everything cleared out and prevent too much stuff. This is a tough little segment here.
Yes, it definitely is, yeah.
Bomb it out. But here comes the health section.
Oh, there goes the chain again, but it's alright. So yeah, coming up next, and on the top here, you'll see across that fence, we have some spiders that are going to show up. There's 15 spiders total. Every 4 you kill is going to drop an increasingly valuable health item. So if he kills 12 of them, he'll get the full heal. It's kind of crazy. There's the full health item right there. It actually restores
every 4. Oh my goodness.
Okay,
he's just
yeah,
he's biding his time there.
Oh, that was actually, I don't know if that was intentional or not, but
that was a resource recharge.
I gotcha, yeah. So basically what he did there, guys, is that he was out of bombs, so what he did was suicide before picking up the full heal, and that actually restored his bombs from dying. And then he's back at full health anyway. So he's basically restarted on a new credit in the final stage. This game's kind of crazy like that, so you'll love to see it.
The bombs back, but if you have more than 2 bombs and you die, you keep your bomb stock, which is nice.
Yeah, yeah. It only worked because he was out of bombs.
Yep.
Or at least, I didn't check, but I'm assuming that's why he did it.
I think you get 2 if you had 1, right?
Yeah, you get put at 2 if you have 1, yeah.
Tough section here. Really got to manage that spirit. Let's see how he does.
The whole rest of the game is really tough after this point. There's just some like absolutely brutal parts back to back here. So, this is also like my favorite section of the whole game. So, I really love this part so much. Right now we're coming up on another miss. That's unfortunate. It's okay. There's 1 more health item left in the game, so I think we'll still be good on clearing for sure. This whale is really tricky though. The idea is that you use the okay, well, yeah, bombing is definitely advised there. I agree. The idea there is that you use the whales on the bottom left to cancel those giant blasts. Really tough to do though. Here's the wagon section. Every wagon has a small health item in it, which Shishin, if you play it perfectly, can get about 4 of those items. But DR.TAN has got 2, which is not half bad. The thing is though, is that the small health items only refill the life bar that you're on, like I said earlier. So it unfortunately didn't help us out too much there.
You get that small coin bonus though if you do have that 1 segment filled.
Yes, yeah. It's actually worth 1,000 coins instead of 2,000 if you're not at your full. So yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. So many like little intricacies with the scoring. It's crazy. It really is.
Oh yeah, yeah. This section is this is one of my favorite parts of the whole game. It's just an empty field with a bunch of dudes in it, and it's just amazing. So. Similar to the previous game we saw, if you think about it.
Yeah, you got these Revenge Bullet, Oni,
yeah, they're really tough
guys. Meanwhile, you have like these static gray guys going across, which are counted as the light enemies, but those other guys, the red ones and the green ones, those are like heavy enemies.
Yeah, yeah. The Oni guys, they actually have they might be a little bit random, but they're mostly fixed. The Underpants guys, though, they are super random. They just appear anywhere on the right. Which can really screw you over sometimes if they appear at the wrong spot, or if they don't appear in the right spot, because some parts, you know, necessitate that you use them to keep your chain up, which can be frustrating. But well, here we go. This is the final boss rush. This game ends with a pretty brutal gauntlet of final bosses, so it's gonna be rough. But on the top right, you see he's attacking that bush that just dropped a health item. Both of these bushes have an item in them. Left one has a bomb item. Right one has a 1 segment rehealing item. So now we're back almost at full health. So I think we're in pretty good shape here to clear. So right here you see he just canceling.
The last gauntlet. Yep.
Yep.
Not the easiest of bosses, especially the last bit, as we'll get to it eventually. But yeah, sweeping that spirit across these little orbs the boss is shooting out, and that's like basically doing crowd control on these bullet patterns here.
Yes, yeah. Unfortunately, canceling on those doesn't give you coins, like I said. So, well, maybe fortunately, so because then that way you don't have to milk it. But in the special label of this game, the blue version, you actually do get coins from canceling. So, as far as I know, there could be some milking done here, but it's also they made the final bosses more brutal in that version. So, it would definitely be tough. I'm not very familiar with blue label though, but
yeah,
I know that it's a little more tame on the cat spider. I think the cat spider times out after 3 cycles instead of 8. So on the blue label, so
wow,
a little bit toned down in that case. All right, so we're here on
those super players out there.
Do it.
They didn't like the people scoring that part or something.
No kidding, because this game actually has a counter stop. I don't know if we mentioned that yet, but the cat spider definitely was not tested quite as much as they should have, because it allows you to max out at 99 million. So.
Right, so this is the baby that makes the sound Guwange from the mountain. That's what the title of the game's based off of. Now you know.
Yep.
And it's just
this pattern's pretty rough.
Yeah, some crazy patterns, like a lot of vomity patterns.
The previous pattern before this one, the baby will actually track to your horizontal position. So you can sort of scoot him over to the right, and that'll give you some more room on this pattern to work with. So that's something I would definitely advise. But
see, he worked his way down from the top left to the bottom there. It's kind of what you do. Burning.
This next pattern is just really random and kind of dumb, honestly. I see super players bomb through it, so like, you know, oh man, he's just gaming though. He's gaming. He just dodged it. Let's go. This pattern is also super cool.
Yeah, this is kind of a tough one as well. Doing good. Oh.
Yeah. Ooh, that's unfortunate. Yeah. But, should still be in good shape for the final pattern, I think. We got one more boss after this. This is the final boss. This game doesn't have a TLB, but also they made the final boss a lot harder and immune to bombs in the last phase. So
these are very these are like some chaotic patterns here. Like I usually take the approach of just using the spirit, and it's like clogging up some of those bullets, and then hopefully that's gonna make a gap for you to like kind of see along the way. But it's dicey, very dicey.
It sure is, yeah.
It's a very chaotic patterns in this. Probably the most I've seen in Cave.
Oh yeah. A bomb through, that's good. This pattern is absolutely a nightmare. So
another tough one, kind of freezing up some bullets. Hopefully that's gonna make a gap, and
ooh, clutch dodge right there.
Yeah, good dodge.
Yeah. All right, okay, final pattern.
Let's go. You can explain this.
Yeah, I will. So it's actually pretty fixed, surprisingly. She moves around randomly, of course, but there's 2 variations of the pattern, counterclockwise and clockwise. So if she does the clockwise one, it's actually a little bit harder initially, but it kind of spits you out in a safer spot. And it's vice versa with counterclockwise, where it's easier at first, but then you're kind of in a worse spot. So generally the way to survive this is kind of hang out in the bottom right corner, just above the player 2 health bar. That's generally the safest part of the screen, just because of the nature of the patterns. So also she is immune to bombs at this point, so it's just it's not going to deal any damage. It's going to prolong her life a little bit.
Yeah, this is tough. That's what happens. Those orbs just go where you can't escape.
Yes.
And yeah, you just have to take some damage.
Yeah, those orbs are actually
geared up here.
Yeah, we're so close. Oh, you got it.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Let's go. Everyone's happy. Hell yeah.
Yeah. The orbs actually are a little bit bigger than they look, and they're already huge, so it's really hard to avoid it. Just kind of frustrating because. Yeah. So
that final pattern is BS. Just to clarify.
I actually like the final pattern quite a lot, but it's a nightmare for sure. You really got to spend some time with it. That's for sure. So we'll see his final score here in a second. There is a pretty significant in bonus.
Oh yeah, it's just that they're talking.
I'm expecting it will get to be about 18 million. Because it's about 1 million points per bomb, about 1 million points per 10,000 coins you get, and also about 1 million points per health bar you have remaining. So, anyway, I'll let DR.TAN take it away a little bit if you want to share your thoughts on the run, my man. Nice job, by the way.
I actually thought the run was going really, really, really good until what was it like? Maybe the stage 4 boss. I took way too many hits. So because it's the bridge on stage 5. You know, I'll probably take a hit or 2 on that. So if I go in with full health, then I'm fine. I'll just get like I'll just get the small pickup at the end of the bridge and
Yeah, there's the held item right
yeah,
after. Yeah.
But because I took those nicks on the 4th boss, then I fucking cut the chain in half there, and that's kind of where it was over. Once you cut it in half,
Right.
it's done.
Mhm.
So I don't know. I think it was going really good to start. And then.
Oh
and
no,
then
yeah,
kinda,
absolutely well done. This game is really, really brutal in a marathon setting because any tiny mistake, it goes absolutely wrong.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it looks like we can't see his final score. He's got more credits in the machine.
I think if we just loiter here, does it show?
It might. It may not if you have.
Yeah,
credits, so
it
I'm
was
not sure.
probably like 17, maybe 18 tops, I think.
Yeah, I forgot to look at what your final score was.
Yeah, I
but-
think it was like 15.
Yeah, okay. I'd estimate 18 probably. So
That's pretty good.
Not
for
half
a
bad,
drop
yeah.
chain,
All right.
I'd say. Yeah, GG. That was fun.
Thank you.
Yeah, so
and
much fun.
honor to have you guys commentate it, by the way. So.
Oh no, honor to commentate. So yeah, I'm glad to show off this awesome game.
It's such an amazing game. One of Cave's best.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we'll have more Guwange
Tomorrow.
So
Yeah, that's right. Around the same time, I'll be doing another scoring run. So stick around for that. It's going to be a treat. I hope anyway.
All right, I guess let Mark take it away here, I guess. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you. Awesome
GG
job.
again.
Thanks.
Well, there you have it. I guess we'll probably sign off ourselves, but yeah, good stuff from DR.TAN.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Does the 360 port show his score somewhere else, or like on a different leaderboard? You might be able to look that way, but it don't
It's not
matter.
the 360
but, yeah.
port. It's the Mister.
Oh, that's right. That's right. What am I thinking?
Yeah. It was probably like that 18 or 19. You guys
Yeah,
probably right on, I'd say.
That's one extra thing I'll mention before we leave. There is a counter stop, like I mentioned, but no one has ever counter stopped before the end bonus, so it's actually always possible to calculate their score pretty easily. So like the best players are at like 101 million or something, something like that. So theoretically, the meta is not actually dead until someone counter stops during the gameplay. So
wow.
Yeah, that was
yet to happen,
awesome.
But... Oh yeah, absolutely.
Guwange rules. As time goes on, the more it just seems so awesome and so unique. It's such a game that there's nothing else like it anywhere.
Mm-hmm. AQUAS and I were talking before it started about how there's plans for Guwange 2, but it never happened. So
damn.
I read that in an interview somewhere.
That's brutal.
No, I'm really deeply sad about that because this game has just like a couple of tiny problems that a sequel could have like made fixed, I think, and it would have been awesome.
Plus that Shiki mechanic is so cool because it's almost a little bit like a rail shooter at times, where the way you like aim it and move it on screen, it's so cool. Well, great job on commentary, guys. That was amazing.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah, that was awesome. Alrighty, well, we're gonna switch over to Gate of Thunder. That's a cool one. See you all very shortly. Hello, chat. How's it going? Nokia microphone here. Okay. So we're gonna switch over to Gate of Thunder. This should be a pretty quick transition. See you all very shortly.
Thunder Force Episode 5, The Vastion Steel. In 2106, a weapon made by an alien intelligence was discovered orbiting the solar system beyond Pluto. Its name was Vastion Steel, or Vastille. In 2139, a large, unmanned artificial island called Babel, controlled by an artificial intelligence known as the Guardian, was constructed in the South Pacific Ocean as a facility for research into Vastille technology. Then, in 2150, the Guardian, which had gained independent self-consciousness, suddenly declared war on the entire human race for reasons unknown. In the first battle against the Guardian's weapons, created with Vastille technology, humanity suffered a crushing defeat. Then the Special Flight Squadron, Thunder Force, formed for the sole purpose of destroying Babel and the Guardian, commenced operation in a last desperate struggle for the survival of the human race.
people, we're finally here. Sorry about that. We had some issues getting this running, but now we're here. So I wanted to demonstrate Gate of Thunder today, but we're going to do something a bit different. First, we're turning it on Devil Mode. This is the hardest mode in the game. And then secondly, we're going to not do this whole thing called powering up. We're going to go into that later. Alright, so this game is going to look pretty familiar looking. If you're familiar with the Thunder Force games, that's no coincidence because this is by the Thunder Force 3 guys. They go on to work with Hudson to make like this, Lords of Thunder, Sapphire. So I feel very similar. And this is my personal favorite console game. But the thing is this game is quite easy on normal mode. It won't take too many runs to go through it. So I decided to bump it up to Devil Mode. But even on Devil Mode, while the pacing is absolutely perfect, it's got like Psycho style pacing that feels really good. The thing is power loss feels absolutely awful in this game. It's not like Gradius or anything where your run's just dead, but it feels really bad to recover. So I decided to make a genius decision that instead of learning the entire game and learning all of the recoveries that could potentially happen, I'll just not pick up any power-ups, and now I don't have to recover at all. And this genius decision turned what should have been maybe a 10-hour game to learn to I don't want to talk about it. It took a while to route this game. Usually I just take a replay and just frame by frame copy. That's the kind of style I like. This is the first time I've built a route myself. And you're going to notice there's a lot of creative ways we deal with the fact that we have no power. So the main issue in how we don't have power is that the whole gimmick of this game is that you can rotate your options to shoot behind you. So all these enemies from behind us, they are everywhere. And we have to deal with them all the time on all of the stages on Devil Mode, so there's more of them. So that's the main challenge of this run, figuring out how the heck we can shoot behind us or deal with the enemies behind us when we have a hard enough time just killing the things in front of us. So you'll see right here, we took so long to kill those planes, and now with our wimpy little shot, we have to clear out all of these mines because the next section is quite terrifying. So we're almost through all of them. You see this little cubby above the missiles? We need to snipe this turret real quick. And now this is the only room we have to start streaming. And then if we let these planes on the right live, we die. So we gotta get mad creative to survive this. In order to deal with all the enemies from behind, we gotta either find whack safe spots or just figure out some place to not die. Now, I don't know if I wanted to learn this whole run until I found this spot. Then I committed to learning the whole thing. This spot is so sick, I can't believe this was possible. So pray for me we don't get clipped here. Alright, now it's not over yet. We need to snipe these 3 planes. If you don't snipe those 3 planes, they will get you in whatever safe spot you've managed to survive with there. So we're very close to the end of the stage. Finally got through the R-type battleship stage. And now we can fight the first boss. Now, while first bosses are usually easy, this one is more random than all of the other ones. So it's usually we just sit in the middle, and we can damage it perfectly fine. But the issue is after one of these, it's going to shoot some missiles. So pray for me. Oh, God. We don't have enough firepower to move and kill the missiles at the same time. So we have to patiently wait. And only go in when we think we won't get walled. So right here, we can kill the missiles, but we gotta wait. And now we're good. That's actually one of the sketchier bosses, believe it or not. Alright, the start of this stage. We're going to macro the entire start of it. There are so many things here that we'd rather just do one enormous movement. So here's an example of not dealing with any of these enemies from behind us. So these are gonna force us to move. But we'll be in a good position here. The only thing we have to worry about are these 2 cones from the right. Now these are pseudo-random, and we gotta pray we get enough room to move, and we're set. Now something I really enjoy in this game is how we have these approaches before we get into the actual bases we're assaulting. I'm not a big fan of just like the nonsensical sci-fi base background, but when we actually make an approach to it, it makes it so much cooler. When you got like a Gradius style, you got to make it to the base, and now we're in. All right, let's make sure we don't get sniped. There's so many ceiling turrets on this stage, you have to be wary every time you cross. Let's not get hit by a green bullet. Now, as soon as we kill these, we want to be on the right as soon as possible. If we get ahead of these turrets, we don't have to almost die. Now, here's our first mid-boss. You're going to notice we're not going to shoot it at all. This isn't because of our low power. This is because this is a fixed corridor. And the moment this boss goes down, the entire stage will fill with a bunch of turrets and enemies that we don't want to deal with. We would much rather just completely ignore them and just, even like right here, a bunch of enemies would spawn. But since we timed out the mid-boss, nothing's here and we're perfectly fine. So pretty much the vast majority of all of the mid-bosses, we are going to figure out a way to survive through, and then we don't have to deal with any extra enemies. Now here we want to shoot every enemy that can shoot and just let everything swing by. Now this section, we actually do have enemies in this corridor, but they're positioned in a not bad way. We just gotta make sure we don't get sniped by a turret. These missiles here, we don't want to trigger them. It's way easier to kill them this way. Oh shit, I didn't kill these. Oh wait, we're fine. Just kidding. Now this is a sketchy, because of this turret actually. That one can snipe you, you don't have too much room. Alright, we're about to get to one of the crazier parts of this level that's pretty terrifying. We want to hug this bottom here. We're looking to snipe these two turrets on the bottom, and now we can move. Now, it's critical to this mid-boss, we kill these cones immediately. If we don't, we die. Alright, we made it through. This boss is significantly harder to survive on if you leave those cones alive. They're like one of the only like pseudo-random elements of this game. This entire game is incredibly static, which is one of the only reasons this is even possible. There's not even like, there's no rank to be found here. Alright, there's secret 1-ups. This is the sketchiest 1-up to get. I can't believe we got it. I was practicing that earlier. Maybe like 1 in 5 I was getting that. Let's make sure not to throw that away. There are a bunch of scoring extends and secret extends. It's kind of like Thunder Force 3, where you get a bunch of them. But the issue is we can't kill enemies, so we're gonna miss a few scoring extends, since we're leaving most of them completely alive. Now we're pretty much set for this stage. All the scary sections are out of the way. We just gotta make sure not to die. This little turret here on the bottom has killed me so many times I can't count. When you think you're good and you get sniped by that one. So now we're to the boss. This one is quite easier. We don't have any random element to deal with. They're quite a bit different if you're on normal or devil because of the second part. So this is quite easy to dodge. So we're really just worried about this. Now, on devil mode, you have to bait these. But if you bait them south to north, you're pretty fine. The only thing we have to worry about now is we're going to start dodging down. Because as soon as this starts, this iteration of it starts immediately. So we need to already be in position. Now we have so much room and the boss goes down. And now we're good. Now we're on to stage 3. This is another tight example of before we actually get into this mining lava base, we gotta actually approach it first. So we're gonna deal with this outdoor section. And this is one of the cooler looking stages in the game. The actual stage itself, this has a lot of problem points in it. So we're gonna see if we don't mess that up. Now, I was mentioning how this game is so static. Check this out. This looks absolutely terrifying, but I'm not even sweating it at all because the rocks will always fall in this position. I have never died here before. All the random elements in this game aren't actually random. They look like they would be, but they're not. And that's the only reason I really committed to this run, was knowing that once you found the one spot, you're perfectly good. Now this boss is absurd. They're quite easy now. Like here, we don't even do anything, we're fine. So that's not too much to deal with. The issue is here, now we have rocks, and it's constricted where we can move. But luckily, if we're on this top line, we are perfectly safe, and it just so happens that every time we want to dodge a rock, we dodge the boss on accident. So now we're just about through, don't die to the missiles. Gotta clean up everything. We want this top turret to go down immediately. These homing missiles are annoying because our power sucks. Now let's kill this top turret, this bottom turret, and now we're finally into the base. We're about to come up to a Konami wall section. Now it's really important that we kill the bottom and the top first. You see these turrets? Our shot is so thin that they block our shot, so we need to get rid of those first. So now we're gonna find if I... don't go off route. This spot, there are a bunch of funny safe spots in this situation. This stage has plenty where you just find the one area you can sit in and the stage does it for you. To compensate, there's some BS later on. So now we're gonna get a new secret 1-up. It's right here. You're supposed to shoot behind you to get it, but we just gotta hit it with our ship and pray we don't hit the wall. Now here's like one of the funniest safe spots in the game. I can't believe this works. We have enough damage apparently. We could dodge these 4 missiles. Okay, this part's kind of scary. Let's go. We need to stay on the top so we bait 2 enemies. Oh, thank goodness. Alright, a boss can spawn here, and it ruins this safe spot I'm in. Even if you kill the boss, you can't return here, and it gets absolutely maddening. But because the boss didn't spawn for whatever reason, we're just chilling. Wait till the top enemy leaves the screen, and now we're good. We won't get hit from behind. This is the enemy that was supposed to spawn from behind. And now we have enemies with them, but because we're not in a rush to get into a safe spot, we're just kind of chilling. The actual enemy of this section is this missile power-up. Now, since we're not picking up power-ups, we gotta avoid these like the plague, and they're blocking us from killing those 2 missiles and this laser. Things get out of hand for this position if we don't kill those immediately. So now as soon as the ceiling turret dies, this is the last enemy, and then we're through. Alright, we're good to go for this stage. There are 7 stages total in this game. This is the 3rd one. Yeah, it looks like we're about to die there. We're fine. This is the incredibly easy boss, so we get to hang out. The safe spots here are enormous. We get to just hang out, do massive damage. The only thing we have to worry about is as soon as the drill returns to the boss, it's going to fire that spread. So we give us a little bit of time. Even if we don't kill it as soon as possible, we're fine, but usually it goes down 3 cycles, we're good. Now this stage, if you want the cave stage 3 difficulty spike of this game, here it is. This whole stage is freaking crazy. It's not enough to have the route now. Now you have to have the route and execute really well. We need to bait these up to give us room. We have all these turrets on the bottom that shoot up. If they live, we have no answer. We can't shoot down. Usually you have a shot that will go down, but not here. Here's, you can see how thin our hitbox is. It's like a Gradius ship. It's very thin vertically and very long horizontally, so you can get away with like vertical dodges. Alright, this is the only relaxing part of the stage. Things get freaking crazy from here. Let's relax while we can before we have to start executing. We're fine on this orange line. We'll be perfectly fine. The issue is the next section has some teleporting enemies that get out of hand if you're out of position really fast. So what we need to do is we need to kill this turret the moment it enters. Now we're in the perfect spot where we can use that pillar to completely ignore the teleporting enemies. But we're not over yet. We still have a bunch of really hard sections coming up. Here we need to rush this turret. If it starts shooting, we have no answer to it. So it's vital we get there fast. Now here's an incredibly sketchy 1-up. It's like the last stage, but it's really... Please! Okay, we didn't die there. That's fine. That's the worst thing is if you die trying to get the 1-up without the 1-up spawning or anything. This is the hardest section of the level. You have to kill these planes or it's over. Now, here's a really funny safe spot. I don't know why I tried going for this. I can't believe it worked. I need a better strap for that. Alright, this part's scary. We need to rush these 2 turrets immediately because we don't have room to shoot these missiles otherwise. We can't handle everything at once. Alright, we missed that 1-up, but we've not died yet, somehow. So we're actually in an incredibly good position. All my practice runs, I was losing like 3 lives by now. I don't know what happened here, but I'm not questioning it. Rest of this stage is quite easy. We're going to get the latest mid-boss of all time, and this boss is not bad. We're going to dodge 2 patterns here. First, we're fine dodging in the lasers here, and second, we just stream these down. It's quite easy on its own. You don't have to think about it. There's one iteration we do have to worry about. You see how these turrets are now spawning? I mean, that's fine right now. But you'll see there'll be a turret coming up here. So we'll have to dodge upwards and kill this one. Otherwise, it's going to blast us in here where we don't have room to move. So that'll be it. This is one of the scariest bosses. The bosses have been easy so far. This one is horrifying. But I found if we can consistently damage it, we can make it do a consistent pattern. Look at these orange shots. This is the issue. They are frequent, constant, and we have to deal with them while dealing with the other patterns. But I found that if we have the same timing that we practice, we always know where the orange shots are going to be, so we can just plan a route around it. So as long as our damage is on point and we're doing things like this, we're perfectly safe. And now that boss is my favorite, even though I was hating it trying to learn. This stage is nightmarish, not because of difficulty, but because of getting clipped everywhere. There's a bee we need to kill on the right at all costs. Now we need to build room. We need as much room as possible. We have to do a double around the world here to try to survive. Believe it or not, that section took me so long to find any strategy for, because you just get smoked anywhere on the bottom half of the screen. Now luckily we're blessed here with the easiest safe spot of all time. We have so much room, we can't even be hit by the guy up here, and we're chilling. Now we're gonna continue staying up here. We want to set up for the next safe spot. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna wait for one bullet to pass, now we move. We need to kill this top one now. We're gonna build ourselves a safe spot for this section, and now we're good. Now we're good to stay here until the mid-boss. Now I skipped the opening since I was cutting it on time, but this is kind of like the Char or the rival ship of this game. We're gonna bait all of his bullets off screen, and now he's pissed, so he's gonna power up. Oh, gee, Alright, so he's all powered up now, and he's actually way less scary here. This looks like I don't have room, but these bullets track you so well, you can do the most minute of taps, and you're fine. I still cannot believe I did not die there. Let's do a big stream here. Now I cannot stand this section. So usually you have a diagonal shot, and you can flip your options to shoot behind you. But unfortunately here we don't. So we have to deal with these enemies without walling our... That's terrible. Let's try not to die. I can't believe it. And the section's super jank. The camera does not move at the same pace as this cliff. You can sit here and you will eventually hit the floor. There are so many ways to get clipped there, it's absurd. So, we've been incredibly blessed this run. We are going... Here, we can sneak by the squid here and not have to deal with them. We do have an upcoming one that's harder. There's our score 1-up. There's a rare time we're ever going to get those. Now, pray for me. There's a green shot here that sometimes walls us. We're good. Now, we're going to have to get into the most jank part of this level. We want to hug this top line here, and we're going to stay on this line for this whole section. The reason being are these volcanoes. There they are. These are really easy if you have a weapon, and we don't, so we're just going to ignore them. But now we need to move back, because there's a worm on the top right that's pushing us away from that location. Now we quickly move, but we don't want to stay too far on the right, or we get jump scared by this tail. If you don't kill this tail immediately, things get out of hand really fast. But luckily, everything's going good. Now we're on this, I think from Ghouls and Ghosts, we have like that for the rest of the stage. This stage is really cool thematically. Like going from the desert and then through the cave, we're now in the underwater, get this guts monster. Incredibly cool. The stage itself is jank as hell, but rest of the stage is incredibly easy. Even the boss, you're not gonna believe the boss. The boss on Devil mode is unbelievably easy. I cannot believe it, but we'll take everything we could get because of the upcoming sections. Now here's the boss. This is the easiest boss in the game. They're gonna stand still and then shoot. And now they're gonna move and not hit us at all. I'm even going out of my way to kill these orbs. You don't even need to do that. And it just alternates this over and over again. I don't even know what this fight's like on normal mode. I bet it's just the same, to be honest. And probably one more and it's going down. Easy. Now, I talked a lot of trash, but now we got this stage. This is my favorite stage. This stage is a nightmare, actually. It's mad fun to perform, but it's super heavy execution. Alright, we need to bait those pods at all costs. That's the most dangerous thing in this section. We're going to actually set up the area for the next set of pods here. We bait everything so we have room to hit the pods. If those pods go off, they're a really thick spread shot. We're going to macro this whole section by waiting, going. We're going to wait, go, avoid everything. Now we're getting close to a mid-boss. This part's not bad, occasionally jank. Some enemies didn't spawn there, so that was good. Alright, now I need to shut up for a second, because the whole run dies if I mess this part up. This boss is absurd, but we have a way around him. Pray for me. Alright, we got it. This doesn't look scary. Underneath the boss are tons of enemies that will spawn and sit there and shoot you from off screen for the whole duration. And I've lost 6 lives there before. Let's try not to lose one there. I've lost so many lives if you do not execute that boss perfectly. Even if you get him back in that spot, you are super smoked. Now this section here, this is easy, but if you ever move the wrong direction, you do not have the firepower to catch up. Alright, here's where all the crazy stuff starts. We need to wait. Now we go. We need to delay on the left as long as possible so we can stream these missiles, otherwise we don't have any room. Now we're gonna do the most terrifying sections back to back. We need to stream here as long as possible so we can kill a turret on the bottom. And then we need to move up to the green bar. And now back down and forward so we can kill this mech. We're gonna sneak up here because it's way easier than surviving whatever the heck's going on the southern part. Alright, we're about to come up to a secret one-up. This is a frame perfect, I would like to say, just because it's so hard to get. Please! Okay. Alright, this section, I have no clue how to do it, so I just hold forward. And it always works. I don't question it. I'm not coming up with any other strat. It's worked. I'm not tempting fate. Alright, the rest of this stage is much simpler. It's just know the route, and you'll be good. Just don't do anything stupid, and we should be good to go. This stage has a lot of really fun places. There's constantly stuff happening. This is the big reason why this is probably my favorite console shmup, just because there's so much stuff going on. Usually console shmup pacing is really bad. This is not the case here. Alright, let's see a mid-boss. This guy's pretty cool. We need to kill the first 2 lines, the first 2 layers of those projectiles. Then we don't have to make a dodge. So if we kill 2, we're good. We don't have to dodge. Now we need to dodge up. You'll get walled if you're on the southern part. Now each iteration of this boss's pattern, things are different. Like here, it was up more. So it's a bit more difficult to kill the projectiles. We're getting pretty lucky by killing all of them. Now we have all these obstacles in the way. But it just so happens that they already move in the way we want. Alright, let's do one long stream. We have just enough room to stream every single missile. Now we're going to wait as long as possible to build room. Now we can move. Now there's 2 enemies we have to kill no matter what. It's this one, and it's this tank. This tank will get behind you and pause behind you. And it will sit there for the whole section. You absolutely cannot let it do that. Alright, we're just about to the 6th stage mid-boss. We have 9 lives. I cannot believe how good this run's going. My practice runs today were so bad. Alright, this is the longest boss in the game. They are only vulnerable when they are shooting an orb at you. So right here, this is the only time you can hit it. And every time it does that, we just do a tap after it shoots. Now, you can actually shoot it right now. Only the green projectiles don't actually have a hitbox. The explosion's actually what hits you. But I figure we're so close to the last stage, and I'm about to hype up the last stage as something monstrous. So I want every single life I can here. I'm willing to take this slow in order to preserve every life. So believe it or not, you can't time out any of the bosses, but you can't score on any of them, at least to my knowledge. And there's no rank or anything, so it just stays like this the whole time. So we probably got 1 or 2 more rotations, and then we're into the last stage. The last stage is completely absurd. Really, really nightmarish. It's at a point where there's some guaranteed death sections. They're not guaranteed. I call them guaranteed because I have such a horrible rate on surviving them. And it's got a part at the end, which is a pixel-perfect safe spot. And if we do not get into it, we will lose like 3 lives. And then the final boss is a nightmare. So I talked that up a lot. But now we look into here, and this is the hardest section of the game. I'm having such a hard time executing this complex strategy I've created. This isn't even a spot. You can pick any spot on the screen and you're fine here. We have to enjoy this while we can, because we are soon going to see the nightmare of the rest of this stage. We have so many lives though that I think we can afford to die on all the hard sections. Let's just do our best to reserve as many as possible. Alright, these enemies shoot the most annoying projectile in the game. We're gonna hide here, which makes it easier to dodge everything. These lasers look terrifying. They look like they push you and like get you super anxious. You actually have so much room and time that like I don't even sweat it. What we should sweat is this mid-boss. We're gonna see Eagle again. This guy we must kill no matter what as fast as possible. Okay, we got it. If we do not kill him, you know, we kind of went a little late, but I don't think that'll be an issue. This section is a nightmare if you trigger him late. There is a part later where depending on when you trigger him, he will just wall you on his exit out of the fight. Absolute nightmare, but if we're here, we deal with the top turrets, don't have to deal with them at all. Alright, we're on some of the easier sections. We get to enjoy this before the hard bit. There's a shield here that I really want, but no power-ups, we can't get those at all. This part's pretty fun looking. There's a secret one up right here. It's so much easier to get than the rest of them. Well, I blinked and we're dead. Alright, coming up. This is the most hated mid-boss of mine. I cannot stand this thing. I hate this thing. It's not even hard. But these enemies on the right become a huge pain if you can't hit them. You have so little space down here. It's like nothing's happening, but you feel so constricted. Do not like it. Alright, we got 9 lives going into this section. Everything else from now on is terrifying. Starting now. So we need to get rid of this one immediately. Alright, pray for me. I hate these blue shots so much. Well, we got good. They didn't like shoot us on the way in. This section is freaking impossible. Let's try to survive it. That would be tight. We need to stream these 2 green ships no matter what, or we die. Man, this is the blessed run of all time. I didn't survive this at all today, but we still got hard stuff coming up next. These are really annoying to dodge. They hit weird angles. We need to kill these top 2 enemies no matter what. These blue shots are such a pain. We're setting ourselves up for the safe spot. All right, let's get it. Oh, we got it first try. We didn't even have to maneuver. This is the only pixel on this stage where these green enemies will shoot horizontally and not at you. And it's the only one where you can hit the turrets from before. I wasn't paying attention. I'm so flabbergasted we actually made it. Alright, let's just get out of here. We're almost at the end. We have so many lives that we could brute force this boss if we needed to. But we want to lose as little as possible. Now this boss is nightmarish. This pattern, once I got the pattern down, it's fairly straightforward. We need to go fast and then slow. Once it blinks, we go fast and slow. But figuring out a timing that was consistent with the 4 turrets took so long to try to find. If you look at a normal run, you just instantly clear this phase in like moments. Now the issue is while we do clear out 1/2, so it's much easier, we only have one side shooting hitboxes, I can only do that pattern on the bottom because I'm bad at it. So now we're just gonna flail around. We're gonna use our iframes and clear that out as best as possible. And then we're just gonna pray. Now it's just shooting 1 measly bullet, so we're all good. The next section though we wanna worry about badly, here it is. We need to craft ourselves a pattern that will make it so we can deal damage to the boss slowly. This is pretty good. Usually it takes me a few deaths before these balls behave, and will give you a good pattern. But it looks perfectly good now. Now we're finally there, the last pattern, and this is the victory lap. We're pretty good now. That's it, that's the game. So that is a pretty good run. We survived all the hard sections, and then I just suicided off out of like disbelief. I couldn't believe that we got those. So now we didn't show the intro. Yeah, that guy got smoked. I didn't show the intro off, but we'll see a little bit of the ending here. Man. Oh, during my practice runs, we like were barely getting through with like 0 lives remaining. Everything turned out here. Alright, we get a cool ending. This was like our partner constantly dropping in our power-ups. And for our run, she was a double agent because we dropping so many power-ups we had to avoid. Usually if you play the game normally, as soon as you fully power up, she keeps dropping power-ups, and when you pick them up, they will bomb the screen. And you saw how frequently they put power-ups on the screen. So like the vast majority of this game, you just leave the power-up, you bomb the screen. Instead, we had to avoid them like landmines. I haven't paid too much attention to this ending, actually. I've mostly just been safe stating the last boss, and then just restarting that. Oh, here's Eagle. Here's like the rival dude. He only showed up twice. He's in the bit of the intro cutscene. Oh, that's cool. Looks like he survived. He survived the war. He probably didn't win the war, but maybe he'll go see his family, or maybe he's disgraced. Who knows? All right, this credit sequence is pretty long. At least I believe. And we took a while to set mine up. Somehow it miraculously worked. So that was pretty tight. But coming up next, I saw we have a Battle Garegga run. Now, I'm not sure what's going on in that, but I opened up the description and it's like Battle Garegga, Death Hell, something something. Like, I'm like, all right, this is gonna be cool. So next run should be sweet. Let's see. It doesn't look like I can skip this. Looks like you're stuck here with me. Let's see if Mark's around. I'm not sure if the next people are ready. I think the next one is an online setup. That one should be pretty cool. Thank you. I can't believe it started. I'm like, I think. You're like, it's working? We don't. I think what might have been the thing is maybe I had to restart the emulator like to make the sound work. So I'm gonna make sure whichever one's working, and the next one is just gonna work. You just plug it in, and it'll be good. I appreciate it. Thanks so much. Yeah, it's really fun. Since I was UJ, though, it's got a bit of goofiness in it.
Nice. Hello, stream. We are swapping over to Garegga bullet hell mode promptly. Awesome run.
All right, hello everyone. Welcome to Battle Garegga as you have probably never seen it before. This is going to be a very interesting one, I think. This game is very well known in the community, really gained a large following over the years, but it's, this is now going to be Battle Garegga Bullet Hell, as played by Mr. Postal FTW. So this is going to be played in the 2016 port using the custom mode settings to adjust the bullet rate. So as you can see already, very much right at the beginning, a lot more bullets coming out all the time. This is done by manipulating rank, so you probably can't see the rank gadget on the stream, but the rank is always locked at above 100%. And at the same time, to make the game a little bit more playable, the size of the player's hitbox has been reduced. Bullet speed can be slightly reduced, although I believe that Postal said that he was going to be playing at 100% bullet speed for our viewing pleasure. And the bullet density is cranked up as well. And again, to compensate for some of the balance, rank in this game also increases enemy health. So the enemy health has been pinned to a lower value for the duration of this run. For those who are unfamiliar with this game and are wondering what I mean when I say rank, Battle Garegga, the original arcade release, has a dynamic difficulty system where the game actually becomes progressively more challenging the better you as a player are doing well going through the game. So the deeper you get, the more you score, etc., the more damage enemies can take, the more bullets are going to be fired on screen, the more difficult the patterns are going to become, etc. And this is a modification of that existing rule set, staying within the parameters of what the game was originally capable of, but kind of cranking them all up to the max. Now, this concept of pushing the game this way, I think was first kind of introduced publicly by Mark MSX here. He did a video on this pretty soon after the port came out, if I remember correctly. But this is the first time I've really seen someone try to do a big demonstration of it, so it should be kind of fun. Right here, one of the first main scoring tricks in the run, the kind of flamingo milk. You use a bomb on the castle there. It will release a whole bunch of these small flamingos, and if you then proceed to bomb them or shoot at them, they will give you a large amount of points from the damage kind of accumulating on them throughout those few seconds. So you see there, player Postal here went up to 1.4 million pretty much just from that trick. Now, one consequence of having these massively increased bullet density is that it's much more difficult to grab medals. So you'll see Postal is still going for medals to some extent, but not going to be really aggressively pursuing medaling in the way that we traditionally associate with Garegga's score play. And a lot of the score instead in this run is going to come from things like the flamingos or bombing the parts of Slayer in Stage 5, etc. One other modification to the original game's rule set that's being used in this run is a slight vacuum effect around the medals. So you may notice that as the player ship gets close to medals, they get kind of sucked in a little bit, which makes it a little bit easier when the medals might otherwise be stuck behind a large cloud of bullets. So coming up here on the Stage 2 boss, Madball, there are some custom mode settings for manipulating Madball's patterns. I actually don't know if those are in use in this run. Find out here. Yeah, I mean, this section, it's funny because this section is normally very chill. There's almost nothing going on at all. And here, even just with a few enemies on the screen, there's a lot more bullets coming out all the time. So, oh, that's interesting. Oh, I see. Okay, using a bomb there, right on. Yeah, that attack. If you're caught in the middle of it and you don't have any way to get out, normally that would be a big problem. But another one of the manipulations actually made to the game settings for this kind of custom arrange is actually changing the amount of invulnerability time that's granted to the player during a bomb activation. So in Garegga, normally you get a very small amount of invuln, and sometimes not even any real quote-unquote invulnerability when activating a bomb, because it more relies on the ability of the bomb kind of radius and the area of effect of the bomb itself to cancel those bullets, rather than giving the player like a hard and fast, oh, I can no longer take damage kind of state. However, for the sake of this kind of bullet hell mode, the invulnerability period has been significantly extended, again using those custom mode options that are available in the port, so that it functions a little bit more similarly to what we might think of as being sort of like a cave style bomb, right? So stage 3 here, things are already starting to pick up quite a bit. Going to be coming up on the kind of large tank in just a sec. And this sort of pseudo mid-boss enemy, this big hovering tank here, if you wait until the very end of the stage to destroy it, it will drop a 1-up. Normally, you would see players prevent... Oh, okay, interesting, not going for the 1-up. Normally, you'd see players avoid damaging it and kind of let it sit as it is up until all the way towards the end of the stage. But I suspect because there's just so much more going on in this mode, I mean, the kind of straight up streams and walls of bullets that are being fired here by these little turrets embedded in the wings of the background planes, for example. I suspect it's just because there's so much more going on, it's a big threat to leave that thing alive, especially because as it kind of moves back and forth across the stage, it can periodically spit tons of bullets at you, even in the regular game, let alone the massively increased density that we're seeing here. Yeah, man, even these background planes, the spirals are really getting pretty tight. So there is a small score optimization that can be done here. These turrets that are going to appear just after this row of parked planes, if you destroy them as they're in the process of flipping over, you can get some extra points. Yeah, it looks like only really going for 1 or 2 of those. It's a very difficult optimization to do. So even in regular Garegga, where you don't have to worry about as many bullets at this point in the game, it's not something you'll see a lot of players aggressively go for. Up until the very highest levels of play. So here's Raycrisis. Man, this boss throws out a lot of bullets even in the normal version of the game. Here we're seeing quite a few more. Right on. Okay, going for a bomb right away, probably to effect a speed kill. So there's a milk that you can set up here, very famous part of Garegga score play in the traditional game, where if you blow up the side turrets and all of the kind of sub parts of the boss, except for one in the bottom center, you can just kind of sit on it and get some good score that way. But again, in this mode, it's so dangerous, there's so many more bullets going on, that just trying to speed kill through the fight probably makes a lot more sense. Man, it's really interesting to see some parts of the game like this that I associate with being kind of like a more relaxed moment. You can kind of take a breather here at the start of stage 4. No, you can't. Not here. There's just bullets everywhere. It's pretty good. Now, there's a lot of destructible scenery in stage 4. We noticed just now some of those kind of pipes being blown up to reveal metals. All these little tank hanger things, like this one coming up on the right here. Those can also be destroyed with bombs. There's going to be a group of 3 of those coming up in just a second after this big tank. The big tank, if you destroy all of the tread components before blowing up the main body, you can get a big bomb out of it. And in the regular game, going for those kinds of optimizations it's something that's tricky to do, but it can be worth it depending on how you set up your resources. Here, it looks like the danger involved in trying to go for those kinds of small optimizations, probably not worth the resource spend. We do see, some use of bomb here, probably to clear out the tanks, prevent them from spawning. We'll probably see another bomb right here, just because this section is like really dangerous even in the regular game, and there's a lot more going on here. Oh man, there's just walls of bullets coming down from these. What's going on? Oh no. Okay. Now, oh man, oh wow. Okay. Just the solid walls. That's cool. Yeah, okay, use the bomb there, right on. Yeah, that's what I mean, the big bomb being dropped by the tank there. And now coming up on the metal rails, since the metal value isn't very high, probably won't see any intentional use of the metal rails here for score, I would imagine. However, we may see... Man, there's so many bullets, what's happening? What's going on? Okay, yeah, there you go. Yeah, use a bomb to kind of cut through that. That makes sense. Yeah, oh god, why can't I remember the name of the boss? Is this Satanic Surfer? I think that's right. And you'll notice also the homing options were acquired during this stage. Part of Postal's route is actually to have homing options for stage 4 and stage 5 as part of a kind of improving the reliability of survival in these stages. In particular, stage 5, he mentioned, is an area where he really needs to focus and maintain the route as best he can. So probably going to see a bomb here in just a sec. Yeah, there you go. So this boss has a bunch of small destructible components, and if you destroy all of them, it'll start spawning these little drones. Oh man, what? There's so many more bullets there. What the hell? Nicely done. Normally, it would start spawning little drones, and you'd see players milk those for extra score. But again, just the volume of stuff on the screen here is quite dramatically different. Those homing options already making short work of a lot of the enemies here in the start. Oh no, that's interesting. So it looks like perhaps there's an auto bomb setting enabled. I know that is one of the options that is available in the custom mode settings for the port. So if you take a hit and you have a full bomb in stock, it can automatically bomb if you configure that option. It looks like that may have been enabled as a bit of a marathon safety for this run, which makes perfect sense given what we're seeing right now. Man, Cloud Stage. Oh, it's so good. The music's so good. Looks like I took a hit there. I'm curious how resource management is going to come into play for the rest of Cloud. There's obviously some pretty tricky sections coming up, and there have been a couple kind of full bombs used already. Oh, even another one right there. Partial looks like that time. So you can use a partial bomb, and it will just have less damage, less invulnerability, etc. Yeah, so you can see some of these are kind of shorter bomb blasts. Now, there is a trick where you can actually use bomb blasts against these kind of big flying platform enemies and get extra points out of them, because once you've destroyed all the turrets on the top, if you then destroy the engines and the wing segments using a bomb, you can kind of maximize your point gain out of these enemies. So I wonder if that's another kind of little scoring adjustment that was made for this run. So that was kind of interesting right there. You notice that it was 10k medals and it dropped down to 7k. So I believe that the settings for the sake of kind of both marathon safety and also to kind of balance out the difficulty of grabbing medals when there's so many bullets on the screen, there's instead of being one medal drop immediately clears like all the way down to 0, I think it's dropping by 3 steps. So it looks like we just dropped one more 10k, which means the next one, if I'm right, should be at 7k. So here's Nose Laughlin Mark II. Nose Laughlin, I never remember which. Very, very challenging fight at the best of times, and here just using a bomb to take it out without thinking about it, which I respect. Madball 2 here. Took a little bit of a hit there. That auto bomb coming in. Now just hit max stock, so 5 stock lives. This is something you'd never see in regular Garegga play, unless you're really intentionally trying to crank up rank as high as possible. But because rank is already maxed, right? We're locked at 150% rank throughout this run. Then you can do stuff just like collect 5 lives, collect all the options, collect all the power-up items. It's a very different way to approach the game. It's pretty mind-bending to see that after so many years of thinking, really strategically about a lot of these aspects. Using the bomb here, that gets you a lot of extra points actually. So a lot of the parts of this big plane Slayer here are separately destructible, and so you can destroy the turrets with regular shot, but then switching to the bomb will allow you to kind of blow up the plane itself and get some extra points out of it there. Man, this top turret on Slayer. That's a lot of bullets. That's a lot going on there. Okay. Oh, and very nice actually. The timing on using the bomb there. So as Slayer kind of the nose of it explodes and the Blackheart little planes start coming out, there's some debris, and that debris. No. Okay, so let me explain this for a sec. So the number of those little planes that come out right there is dependent on rank. And in a typical run, you would normally expect to see between 4 and 6 of them, right? 4 would mean that the rank is at a relatively normal value, and 6 would mean that rank is pretty darn high. I lost count how many there were right here. but it looked like it was well over a dozen. So that's pretty fun. I've never seen that before. But yes, the debris as Blackheart is emerging from the tip of Slayer, if you time a bomb just right, you can get some extra points. Quite a few, actually. I think it's like 100k or something, with a well-timed bomb right there. And because Postal was using a bomb to actually make it through the turret wave, it sort of automatically got some points from the debris there, which is kind of fun. So now coming into Stage 6. Stage 6 definitely want homing options for even in the vanilla game, so it's pretty cool that he was able to just carry them through from the previous stage. For survival, it gets quite a bit trickier. As you can see, there's a whole lot going on right from the get-go. Did already drop medals, and that's also not a surprising thing at all. It's extremely common to drop medals in this section of the game, even at very high levels of play, because it's just very difficult to maintain them through the opening of this stage, particularly that section which is passed with the 3 big blimp enemies. It's kind of an infamous medal drop spot. So, coming up in just a moment is going to be the turret wall, which is their first major death, I think. Now, another adjusted setting here is additional bombs on respawn. So you notice that instead of just getting like 1 large bomb's worth of fragments, 3 large bombs were required in the bottom left there. That's another one of those kind of custom mode settings that were adjusted to manipulate the difficulty curve a little bit. Oh, and it's just abusing the iframes from the custom mode, like expanded invulnerability option, to really just coast through the turret wall there. That's kind of cool. Now, in a typical run, I would expect to see a player try to set the homing options back up here by dropping 5 bomb fragments before collecting an option, and I wonder if we'll see Postal try to do the same. Looks like no, at least not in this particular spot. Now, he did mention leading up to the run that sometimes Postal will intentionally go for wide options for parts of Stage 6, which I thought was really interesting, because I tend to associate wide as being kind of, I don't want to say useless, but like so limited in utility that I would almost never intentionally go for it. So I'm curious to see if that will come up at all during the run. Oh man, really getting kind of walled up there. Yeah, use a bomb to get out. That makes sense. All right, now about to come up on the first of the laser turrets, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, there it is. Whew. That was a little spooky. So that may have been an autobomb hit there. Another thing that's been adjusted for probably the sake of marathon safety more than anything is the amount of bomb kind of charge, for lack of a better term, that gets built up by collecting each bomb fragment. So it looks to me like each bomb fragment is building up about 5 ticks, which means that for the sake of resource management, pardon me, there's a little bit more leeway to bomb more liberally, particularly during dangerous sections like this, to be able to get out, which I think is probably pretty important given just what's going on. There you go, nice. Alright, so 5.5 million right now. Thinking about kind of remaining points in the loop. So we are expecting, hopefully, to see a 2-all here. The game will theoretically go through 2 loops. And I think resources are in a very good spot right now. So I guess we'll see how the remaining parts of loop 1 go. But at least in terms of like current bomb stock, current life stock, it should have plenty to make it through. Now, final approach here before the start of the fight with Junkie Monkey. some pretty interesting dodging going on, man. Imagining trying to play this with like the full-size regular Golden Bat hitbox is slightly terrifying, actually. Alright, so this boss, we will probably see some... Okay, homing options right away. That's good, actually. It makes sense. Man, what? It just doesn't stop. This will just come out continuously. Oh, man. Oh, no. Okay. So we'll probably see here blowing up all the turrets on one side, and then using bomb works fine too. Just trying to get into that phase transition as quickly as possible, and having the homing options allows the options themselves to constantly be damaging the main body of the boss, which allows that to happen much more quickly. Using the bomb iframes there to really quickly close in on the boss and do a lot of damage. Now, interestingly, in typical Garegga, you would probably not want to be shooting while using a bomb, because the game only accepts damage from one source of, like, one damage source at a time. So typically the damage from the bomb would actually do more damage than the damage from your shot. I don't know whether that's true of these custom mode settings, or whether there's some other reason why Postal may be continuing to shoot during the bomb activation. Perhaps because the bomb is used more in this mode for the sake of invulnerability than it is for kind of strategic damage. That'd be my guess. So coming up now on the kind of final rush section of the main game. So we're going to be going over the back of this big like aircraft carrier. Oh man, what? So many bullets. Okay. This is a lot more intense than the regular game. There's just a lot more going on here. All right, and now there's going to be a sequence of planes that come up from these two kind of launch track sections, and then just after that we will come up on Blackheart Mark II. Now Blackheart Mark II is an infamously difficult aspect of Battle Garegga. Oh man, there's so many drones! There's so many drones! It's really good. I just keep getting a chuckle out of it every time. There's more that I expect every time. Yeah, so Blackheart 2 here, infamously difficult, very iconic aspect of this game. Has a lot of different patterns that he can pull out, a lot of randomness to what he decides to pull out, and the fight can be more or less difficult in a very significant way depending on what comes out. So. Okay, looks like an autobomb hit there. Now we're seeing a winder right there. Oh, and killed before the winder could actually come out. So there's that adjusted enemy HP coming into play, right? Like in a typical game, by the time you get here, Blackheart 2 would have enough HP that even if you come through and you use a couple bombs consecutively like that to kind of maximize your DPS, you would not be able to kill the boss that quickly in the original game. So I'm curious now, what is happening? Okay, glow squid seems harder. There's more bullets happening. So I remember Postal saying that one thing he was concerned about is what weapons glow squid is going to pull out during this phase. These two kind of turrets on the arms, right? There's a number of different options that they can use. There's this like missile launcher. There's a destructible bullet kind of machine gun. There's a gun that shoots out a single bullet that then pops open. There's this thing that kind of shoots out like shotgun spreads. And the combination of those, there's also a laser, sorry. The combination of those is completely random. And so depending on what weapons he decides to pull out, it can be more or less difficult in a very dramatic fashion. So now the kind of like TLB, quote unquote, more like desperation, emergency kind of section here against the cockpit of glow squid. This pattern is pretty wild and hectic in the regular game as well. Oh, took a hit there. All right. All right, there you go. That is one loop clear. And now we should see the start of the next. Yep, here we go. So the objective for the first stage here, the opening of the first stage, is usually to get a bunch of bomb fragments. Did not quite optimize as much as I expected here, but because the bomb generation is a little bit tuned up in this mode, it may not matter as much as it would in a normal game. Also, a lot more aggressive use of bombs against these early targets in the stage, which is kind of fun. I mean, something that's interesting when you look at a game like Garegga, where it's very well known and very well understood, is that often in the earlier stages of such a game, you don't see as much manipulation of the game systems because the later stuff is more important. And so in Garegga, there's all this cool interactable, destructible stuff in stage 1. Like these background elements can be blown up. These train tracks can be blown up. But in the regular game, you want to preserve all of your resources constantly for the flamingos at the start of stage 2, because those are worth more points. So even though there is all of this theoretical room for more interesting dynamic interactions in stage 1, you don't typically get to take advantage of that. So it's kind of cool to see that you can play with that a little bit more within the more relaxed parameters of something like the bomb generation rate in this mode. All right, now speaking of the flamingos and trying to build up resources for them, resources are not in an ideal place for setting up for the flamingos here on stage 2. We will get to them just fine, but it looks like Postal may not be able to take full advantage of it because he does not have that much bomb stock, and you really want as many bombs as you can get here. So again, that castle we're passing over in just a sec. Bombing that will trigger the flamingos to come out. Yeah, there you go. And you want to get right up on top of them and use that bomb as much as you can to squeeze points out of it. Still got, 300k or so out of it, which is pretty good actually, given the resources came into this with. So right on. Closing in on the next score extend at 8 million points. Uh-oh. Oh, bummer. Okay. So yeah, it looks like that auto bomb only activates if you have a full bomb in stock. So you got clipped there, kind of trying to do a cutback through that rather dense cloud. Still in a pretty good spot in terms of resources overall. Man, this section is... I mean, normally these planes get off like one shot at you each, maybe, and here they're just shooting out kind of constant aim streams. Makes it quite a bit more difficult to deal with, huh? Now here, to preserve metals, you typically want to destroy the wings and then the main bodies of these kind of flyers in a specific order. Looks like we did have a drop here. But again, meddling not a core focus of this run. This is more a demonstration of just how wacky you can make this game, which is pretty cool. What are you doing? Move out of the way of the lasers. Okay, there you go. Scared me for a sec there. Whoa! Whoa! So another thing that may have been manipulated here, I think, is the bullet colors and the bullet style, because normally the bullets that are fired by that pattern look a little different, but I think most of the bullets have been substituted for this sort of like flashing blue kind of needle-shaped bullet, which I would assume is maybe to help improve visibility. Again, this port has a number of options like that where you can kind of tweak the game settings to... I think the intent with the bullet one is to improve visibility, because one thing that Garegga is somewhat well known for is having bullets that can maybe be a little more difficult to see at times than would be ideal, let's say. Those big canisters on the side there, they give points for being destroyed, but they also reveal metals underneath. Same thing with the rails at the very start of the stage, actually. They can be bombed and drop a whole bunch of metals continuously. So in a more traditional scoring run, you would normally want to have 10k metals coming into this section and then use those areas to build up a whole bunch of score by collecting all those 10k metals. Now, coming up on the big tank again, I'm wondering if now that we're in the second loop, it's still going to be a speed kill, or is there any reason to want to go for the extend here? Looks like damage is being regulated against the mid-boss, so actually I think we might see the extend. Now that should be interesting. So like I mentioned in the first loop, every time that hover tank moves... Oh, okay, never mind, it got taken out. Every time that hover tank moves in between these planes, it will start shooting again, and that can be quite dangerous in terms of the amount of stuff that it puts on the screen and the degree to which it constrains your movement. Now, at the very highest levels of traditional Garegga, there are also optimizations you can do in this area to bomb some parts off of all of these planes, like the sort of the tail fins and the different kind of cranes and gantries and pieces of equipment that are presumably being used to help construct these big planes. You can destroy those separately and get some extra score out of them. And then here, these planes on the ground, one set of them gives you extra points if they're destroyed with a bomb, and the other set gives you extra points if they're destroyed with shot. I can never remember which side is which, sorry. Coming up now on Earthcrisis. Probably, again, we're just going to see speed kill because, man, this looks very dangerous. What? Nice. I took a little bit of a hit there, but got resources. It's okay. Probably going to see another bomb right here. Yeah, just to kind of speed kill through this. Very nice. Closing in on 9 million points, which would be another extend. So far, things are seeming pretty stable. Yeah, people in chat saying this is the cave range. Yeah, it does kind of feel that way, huh? Certainly a little bit of that that kind of traditional cave cutback into cutback flow going on occasionally, where you see a player kind of moving from one side of the screen to the other, then jumping up a little bit to make an opening and cutting back through that opening to move to the other side of the screen. It's really not a playstyle that I associate particularly strongly with traditional Garegga, and it's very interesting to see it here. It's perfectly appropriate given what's going on in the game, right? Like this large volume of bullets that produces these sort of walls that you need to lead and manipulate and such. It perfectly makes sense. It's just not the way that my brain is used to seeing this game, and it's taking a little bit of time for me to reconcile what's happening, so it's pretty cool. Ooh, a little bit of an around the world dodge there. Very nice. Those are always fun. Yeah, same bomb here, probably again to prevent those tanks from spawning, and probably going to see one again right here because this section is just super dangerous. Again, even in the regular game, bombing here is like a very common thing in survival runs because it's just extremely dangerous. Now that bomb looked a little less intentional. Looked like maybe Postal got walled in by those big planes and needed to find a way out. And there's the next extend, at 9 million points now. There's an opportunity to get a few full bombs from this section, but setting it up is a little tricky. And going for it? Yeah, went for it, but didn't quite get it on that last big tank. Again, if you destroy all 4 of the treads, and then the turret, and then the main body of the tank, it will drop a large bomb. But it's tricky to do. No, Satanic Surfer here. Pretty similar to the first loop, actually. Once you get rid of the small turrets, it's just kind of shooting the destructible bullets at you, and that, you know, this first phase becomes a lot more easy to deal with. A lot easier to deal with. My apologies. I can speak English, I swear. We'll probably see another speed kill here. One thing I am a little bit interested in is, did not look like Postal went out of the way to set up the... Oh, nice cutback there. That was very nice. Did not look like he went out of the way to set up the homing options coming into stage 5. So, curious to see if we will see homing options being used in stage 5, or if maybe there is a different strategy here. Because remember, in the first loop, we did see some homing options here, and actually they were carried all the way through into stage 6. These, man, the turrets at the top of these platforms, they really wall you off so much more when they're able to shoot this fast. Like in the normal game, they shoot the same general pattern, right, of this like small bullet spread and then a slightly bigger bullet spread, and it does wall you off. It does prevent you from moving around. But comparing it to what we see here, it's really interesting how much of a difference it makes. It's kind of fun. Yeah, Pearl, it's a really good point. Pearl in the chat saying every boss is a glass cannon. Yeah, it's a really good point, right? Like everything's got toned down HP, but the bullets are way more intense. So it's definitely not the way I'm used to seeing Garegga, that's for darn sure. We're seeing a lot of small clips, right? Like just barely getting nicked by a bullet and then that triggering the auto bomb. So I am a little curious what resource management is going to look like later on in this stage and into stage 6. Now again, in this set of arranged rules, there are a lot more bombs available to you as a player. So it may not end up being that big of a deal. Some nice movement there. Nose Mark II gets a little angry. I actually do particularly enjoy the Nose Mark II fight, personally. I know a lot of people really hate it, but I tend to have a lot of fun with it myself, so it's a little bit of a bummer to see he just kind of goes down so fast here, but I also very much understand. It can be very tricky. Alright, and there's a million, so that's 10 million points. For those who are not familiar with the games made by Shinobu Yagawa, the score often only has 7 digits, but displays values that are higher than 9 million with letters. So 10 million is A, 11 million is B, etc. Now in the first loop we saw some use of bombs against Slayer here to get some extra score, right? Here it looks like saving the bombs is maybe a resource conservation technique. We did see one right there, but that was an auto bomb, it looks like. There's another auto bomb. Trying to take out that central turret. There it goes. Did not get the extra score from the debris there this time. The timing on that's very sensitive. You have to be kind of right on top of it. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. It looks like 15. I may have miscounted there, but again, for comparison, at least in the first loop, you would generally expect to see somewhere between 4 and 6 drones. 15 is really not the number that would typically show up there. It's interesting to me to see the winder with the changed bullet colors. Like, I think actually for me personally, that would be very disorienting. I've gotten so used to the kind of like red bullets that show up during that pattern in the arcade version, that to see them with these like blue needle bullets, my brain would probably not even know how to respond to it. I would probably die right away. Alright, now into stage 6. Now again, from a kind of survival perspective, you would often expect to see the use of homing options on this stage. And so far, I don't believe that we've seen a setup for them. So that may still be coming. Okay, there's another death. Right on. Now, coming up to the wall, you do want to have resources, ideally a bomb or two, to make it through there. It's doable without, but it's much trickier. And I mean, with this many extra bullets, I don't even know if it's doable without, but I would think it probably is, but even more difficult than normal. So just getting a couple little clips here, trying to go for cutbacks, and that may end up being a little bit of a problem for resource. Let's see how this goes. Wall's going to start in just a sec here. Uh-oh, got clipped again. Okay. That's spooky. Good luck, sir. Ooh, yeah. Man, there's a whole lot of bullets coming out of these turrets. It really does get cranked up quite a bit, huh? So now, without really understanding too much about Postal's route in the later part of this game, because I am pretty new to this too. This is more or less the first time that I've seen a full playthrough of this mode, right? Without understanding too much about the route for the last kind of stage and a half here, I am a little bit concerned about resources coming into the back half of the game, or the back quarter rather, because we're in loop 2. These kind of extra bomb uses, particularly the auto bomb tags, you know, just barely getting scraped by a bullet, and then oops, there goes a full bomb stock. Individually, they're not too bad, and the extra rate at which bombs are possible to accumulate in this adjusted rule set does give a bit more leeway, but it is a little spooky, especially coming into the very later part of the game where you really want to have as many resources as you possibly can. On the other hand, you know, that's a really ideal place to use a bomb. When I play for survival, I think I often use a bomb in that exact spot just because it's a very difficult location. So having the ability to use bombs more liberally is also definitely a blessing in this game, particularly in Stage 6. What's funny actually is I feel like Stage 6, the original game, Stage 6, I'm sure is not quite this intense, but compared to what I see on the other stages, Stage 6 feels pretty similar to what it feels like when I play the game. Even with these dramatically different parameters in terms of rank and bullet density and such. So that's kind of fun. Ooh, okay, that was an unexpected hit right there. Again, ended up kind of working out okay. This here is another area where I think survival bomb is really common, at least with the routes that I often use when I end up in Stage 6. Those kind of 3 big tanks that roll in from the left, very difficult to handle if you don't use a bomb. Nice cutback there. Probably see another one right here. Nice. Oh, got tagged just a little bit. Okay, okay. And now into Junkie Monkey again. Now, last time, Postal had the homing options coming into the Junkie Monkey fight, and those were able to make pretty short work of the first sort of phase and a half of this fight. Man, the missiles just... It's really, really funny. But I do like the around the world dodges to deal with it. That's pretty fun. Nice movement so far. Yeah, that was pretty clean. So that's a difficult way to play that section, but if you do stay in like right in the center of the screen, you can prevent the turrets on both sides from firing very much, and that does make it a lot more stable. Traditionally, you'd usually see people sticking to one edge of the screen or the other edge so that they get one half of the turrets, like all the turrets on the left or all the turrets on the right, to not fire. But it's technically possible to do a similar thing in the very center, which is it's like what Postal was going for here. Oh, got clipped right at the end there against Junkie Monkey. All right. Coming into the final stage with 1 stock. Now, it does look like we're pretty close to the next extend. If I had to guess, I would say that probably if we make it through Blackheart 2, will get another life. So there's definitely still a pretty solid opportunity here. But it is a little close. Ooh, okay, that was pretty spooky. Ooh. Yeah, those little kind of trough turret things on the side, they can be difficult to destroy, and at least when I play the game, I find that I often get clipped by them if I'm not paying attention, so to me, that's a very relatable death right there. Ooh. Okay. Alright, now Blackheart 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Wait, does it stop? Alright, 19 drones. Alright, Blackheart 2. Dropping down, the grenade dive. Now, normally we'd see a Reflect Vulcan in just a sec, but we may have actually done so much damage that it skipped the Reflect Vulcan. Yeah, and there we go. Fight's already over. We don't even get to see a Winder. But that is an extend, so C6 right now, that's 12 million points, I believe. So now 2 stock coming into Glow Split. Took an Autobomb hit there. Next hit will be a death. Yep, there you go. So from this point, there are no more bomb fragments, and it's really just a, do we have enough resources to clear, and what kind of insane combination of weapons is Glow Split going to pull out? Ooh, okay. Last life here. And yeah, those last few bullets can kill you. You do have to avoid them, and in fact, the homing missiles that this final phase fires can also kill you even after the boss itself has been destroyed. Ask me how I know. So, just a little bit left here. Come on. Ooh. Got tagged there. Come on, bring it over the line. Uh-oh. Ah, there we go. Nice. Congratulations. Congratulations. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. It's definitely a game that I think we all have a very strong association with. Love it or hate it, Garegga is a game that has left a very big impact on the community and on shoot-'em-ups as a whole. And I think it's really cool to see a different interpretation of something that we all know and love. Or those of us that love it, but maybe not everyone. But yeah, that was really cool. And it's interesting also to think about how many different parameters there are, right? Like for this run, we were able to dial into something that was maybe a little more marathon safe, but you could also really crank up the difficulty as much as you wanted. There's kind of, man, the custom mode here is not something that I've explored very much, but this really shows how much potential there is in it.
Yeah.
And that's very, very cool to see.
Excellent commentary, by the way.
Oh, thank you, Mark.
Yeah, it's cool seeing this run and hearing your commentary on it, because for example, maybe tanking up the enemy health a little bit so that you have to deal with the bosses a little bit more. That would be good strat. Or just like the Autobomb, right? Like that's something that I've seen in Side Iojo play, for example. You might see players turn on Autobomb in cases where they wouldn't otherwise be using it because it makes things more marathon safe. Yeah,
So
very
it's
true.
cool that that's an option in Garegga, which is not a game that I have ever in my life associated with having an auto bop.
Yeah.
So,
M2 really were creative when they did the Garegga port. It's really cool.
yeah. All right.
Yeah, excellent job on the commentary. That was great.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, and excellent job to Mr. Postal FTW for the run. That was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, it was. That was really cool. Alrighty, everyone.
He mentioned.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
He might want to hop in here. Did he decide to do that or not?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, let's give just a few more seconds here, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Cool to see the stream from the arcade as well, by the way.
Oh yeah.
How's that been?
It's been awesome. Feels like this year feels a little surreal about how like legit of an event it feels like, because usually, you know, Shmup Slam always has that bootleg magic to it, but now we're like in a real venue. People are coming up who are like, oh, what's this? You know, oh, you're playing this. That's really cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm having a lot of
fun.
fun.
All right, well, thank you very much for having me, and I'll be back on in a few hours for the Ikaruga run.
Nice.
Yeah. Thank you very
then.
much, folks. See ya.
We're switching over. See you very soon, everyone. Hello, stream. How's it going? We're going to be super fast switching over to the next run. We've got Napcat backing us up once again, so that'll be awesome. Up next, we've got AQUAS playing some Xenocrisis. This will be cool. I remember this was featured in some old Slam. It's really interesting. It's really cool. So he's going to be doing a speed run of it. That'll be awesome. So we'll switch over to that.
Okay.
Xeno Crisis.
Okay, Napcat, I'm ready.
Okay, let's do it. When you go, AQUAS.
Alright. Sounds good. Alright, hey everybody, how's it going? It's me, AQUAS, and I'll be playing Xenocrisis. This is an arena shooter by Bitmap Bureau 2018. Yeah, I'll be doing a speedrun of it, and I'll be doing the good ending, which involves 1 credit clear. You have to 1 credit clear to get the good ending. If I don't get the good ending, then I just don't fight the last 2 bosses, and that's really all we're gonna miss. You do get limited continues as well, only 3. But at the very least, we'll probably finish a bad ending. But there is a fair chance that I won't get the good ending, but there's also a fair chance I will, because I play this game a lot at this point. So yeah, I'm gonna try to get in here pretty quick. For the speedrun, you run a specific seed, which dictates the level layout for the stages. But all the spawns and the weapon drops are gonna be random. Like, yeah, this is like an arena shooter. It's really good. So we are gonna jump in. I'm gonna only do 1 safety for this run, and that's to do 1 extra room in the first level to get extra dog tags, because you need to purchase upgrades by collecting dog tags. Yeah.
Make your selection.
Alright, so you can select your marine. Woman or a guy. Anyway, I think we're ready to go. Here we go.
Your mission begins now.
So it is kind of Smash TV style, but you'll see how it differs from Smash TV pretty quick. I'm collecting those dog tags. I will be using those to purchase upgrades later on. So you have an ammo limit. Ammo is always going to drop when I'm running low, when I'm kind of running low. Around 25 ammo. So this is the 1 extra room I'm going to do for this. To get a few extra dog tags. But you know, there's it's pretty marathon safe, but if I get a few extra dog tags, it's gonna help out with getting those upgrades, because when you do speedrun this, you're skipping like pretty much all the optional rooms, and you're just kind of going gung-ho as much as possible to save time. But yeah, this is a really refined shooter though, arena shooter. I do recommend people check it out. It's like basically a twin-stick shooter, but I'm using the face buttons on my controller for aiming. So if I want to shoot diagonally, I gotta press you know, 2 buttons to do so. I gotta press like the 2 top right buttons. Besides that, I can do this run a little. I can play like a little conservative in terms of like how aggressive I'm being with like killing stuff, and this will keep me a little bit safer throughout the run. Yeah, so get the first boss here. Then I also have grenades. That'll be part of the upgrades. Grenades, they're pretty good. They got a pretty good blast radius on them. They just kill stuff. They're really good at that, and they do pretty good damage on the bosses, so I'll tend to save the grenades for the bosses to like save time. So we're gonna go to the shopping section. I have enough for a power-up and a grenade, and that's all I'm gonna get for this next level. So the power-up's gonna power up my main shot. If I get the next one, I'll be full power. Yeah, the power-up also powers up your weaponry as well, like the laser I just picked up. So you have like the laser and some various weapons you'll see me picking up. And yeah, these are all just like random drops. Laser is one of the best weapons. This is just gonna melt the enemies. So it's always good to get a laser. It is the best weapon. It is just straight up the best weapon. Wow, that was a very fast room. That's pretty weird. As far as the humans around, I can roll into these guys and use a melee. As far as the humans, I don't need to save them. Yeah, there's no reason for me to save them. In the Mega Drive version, there would be. So that kind of goes on to like the versions of this game. So if you know anything about Raycrisis, well, you might know that it's been ported a lot. And that's kind of Bitmap Bureau's thing. They ported this game to multiple systems. Super Nintendo, Game Boy Advance, Dreamcast, just like everything. It was on the Mega Drive at first. N64, Neo Geo. It's on like a lot of stuff. But okay, alright, I guess that works. Really easy to get a hit in this. Okay. But anyway, like there's like the modern version and like there's the classic version. The classic version is basically all of the ports, like the console ports. Whereas the modern version is like the PlayStation and the Xbox and the Switch and the PC. So I've got enough health to get a little sloppy there. There's a spread shot. And we got some 26 tags to get some more upgrades. I tend to get shot upgrade, and I grab ammo up, and I grab my next speed up here. So that's all my tags, and now they're spent. And we need to go to the Tremors inspired stage. This is a good one. I can like pick up the weapons and just refill my ammo. You can discard your the weapons you pick up, and you can just use them as an ammo refill. So I'm actually gonna do that right here as well. Rebound shot is just not good. It's never good. It's actually the worst. It's actually probably the worst. Rebound and homing are like the worst. Whereas like you have like your rocket and laser and shotgun. Those are like pretty solid weaponries. Yeah, and then like furthermore, like you have like a melee attack. It's an automatically deploying melee attack when you get in close range of enemies, and I will use that emphatically throughout the run when the time calls for it. Right now, I'm kind of playing a little safe. It is kind of tough to use the melee because you kind of gotta line up with the enemies. The hitbox isn't like the best for doing it, but it is still certainly worth doing. And then, yeah, you have like the roll. So the roll is an invincible roll. It's pretty good, and it's a great mobility option, and it will keep you alive a lot of cases and get you into a good position. So I will use that roll when needed. So you kind of have like a lot of tools, and the game's just gonna throw a lot of crap at you because you have those tools. Now we're gonna have these like kind of bat enemies come in. They're one of the tougher enemies. Early on in the game, these enemies aren't going to be too tough. They're actually going to like evolve later on. You're going to see the bats and these burlers later on. Yeah, so I actually don't need the grenades for the. There's no boss at this level, so I can use the grenades against the enemies in this level if things are getting a little out of hand. So far, I'm kind of keeping it under control. Oop, got picked off there. I really want to stay away from... yeah, I'm kind of losing control of the room here. I really want to stay away from being at 1 health, because what happens in this game is stuff just spawns underneath you, and that's what you really need the health for to survive. So I really need to, at all costs, try to stay away from that 1 health threshold. If I'm at 1 health, really gotta start playing conservative. And then when you start playing conservative, not aggressive, it just ends up snowballing against you. Because you really have to stay on top of things like the whole time. And I almost took a hit there. I'm gonna use a grenade there. That sounds good. Yep. So one more room, I got 2 grenades to spare. I'll probably use some more melee, especially on these bats. Ooh, 2 in 1, that was kind of weird. And then yeah, like I say, all the drops are random, so I might get, well, except for the ammo. The ammo's always gonna drop when you need it, but like the health is gonna be a random drop. I'll toss a grenade over there, that didn't really help much. Then you have like these gassers, oh, see that guy almost landed on me. You have like these, I call them the gassers. They shoot these balls that make the gas. Yeah, the gas does hurt me. But later on, I can buy a gas mask to prevent that from hurting me. So yeah, not bad. Yeah, so I got 22 tags. At this point, I buy 2 grenades, and then I guess we're gonna get ammo. Yeah, a health would be nice too, because this is kind of a tough level. This level can screw you up. I maybe could have skipped one of the grenades and got a health instead, but no, I usually go for health here. Actually, I can't walk over the little blood pools. That's gonna hurt me if I do that. No, so just keep that in mind. A laser. That's like, I'm gonna pick that up. Getting some pretty favorable drops in this run so far. Again, laser is like your best weapon here. Then yeah, so now you have these exploder aliens now. They will take out the enemies when they explode as well, which is nice. I can actually purposely detonate them by walking by them or rolling past them. I may do that at some point. Yeah, these larvae are a pain. In fact, I got kind of a bad situation there because I was supposed to like roll over them to like destroy them first, but I just didn't do that at all. But see, now I'm kind of falling behind a little bit, and the ammo's on the other side of the screen, so you're really always kind of worrying a little bit about where that ammo is going to spawn. See, you can roll over these larvae and take them out early. That's nothing what you want to do. And yeah, and then yeah, those like little spire type aliens, if you shoot at them, they shoot back at you. I got a really bad habit of liking to shoot them. But looks like we're... See, the spawns are kind of lightening up a little bit here, and there's the end of the room. Oh. Yeah, but I really just want to melee those like spire-looking aliens when they're close, specifically. But it doesn't hurt to just always shoot. Yeah, it was nice to see that arena shooter earlier in the event. I was kind of curious about that one, whatever the name was, Satryn Dragon or something, I don't know. And yeah, there's those spire guys popping up. Okay, I really got stay focused in this room. This room's kind of bad. Okay, health drop, thank you. Playing a pretty strong game of keep away here, just for this sake of the marathon. This is very marathon unsafe. Oh shit. I also had a couple drinks earlier while I was waiting for my turn, so I'm trying to keep that in mind as well. Reaction time's gonna be 2 frames slower. I got some IRL input lag, so I gotta deal with that too. It should be fine though. I'm doing okay here. I think this is gonna work out. Yeah, I'm gonna. Okay, I would have preferred to throw the grenade before I grab the grenade, but what's done is done there. Ooh, rocket. Rocket is probably the most satisfying weapon. It has that sweet screen shake. So this will help me. This is actually great to have for this room. This is a pretty chaotic room. Otherwise. Oh yeah, that was satisfying, yo. What a monster! So yeah, you like for the speedrun, like I get the grenades, like they're good for this boss. Like I can do one little speed trick here where like a grenade, like as the health is low, and then the grenade splash goes into the next life bar. So like I did that there. Otherwise not too crazy of a boss here. Can get you hit occasionally, but I'm not too worried with 3 health here. Famous last words. Okay, yeah, I probably shouldn't be letting that guy get in there like that. Yeah, we should be good here, should be good. Alright, so yeah, we're in decent shape here. But yeah, Bitmap Burial, they're doing the Terminator 2D side-scroller for their next game. That's looking kind of promising. Okay, so now I need the gas mask and health. Yeah, that's what I want. This is kind of a shorter level, has a boss, but can get pretty dangerous. Ooh, another rocket. I don't need that yet. I'll wait to grab it at the last moment so we can use it for next room a little bit more. Now they're going to introduce the mines here. We got a mine on the field. I can just ignore that one. Still want to collect tags. I'm going to skip all the optional rooms here because I am doing a speedrun after all. The only optional room I didn't skip was that one in the first level, remember. Things can get out of hand real quick in this game, real freaking quick. As you can see, the stuff is like starting to flood the screen, and I'm dealing with it. We got a health drop there to get the health back I lost. Gonna be using melee a bit more, and I can walk through the gas. I have the gas mask now, and yeah, definitely gonna want to do that. I'm just gonna throw a grenade out because this is getting kind of absurd with all the stuff on screen. It won't hurt to use a grenade or 2 on this level, but I do want to keep them, most of them, for the boss. But I probably want to use them more in this run, marathon style run though, for just like staying alive. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff, a lot of these hoppers going on, a lot of these hoppers. I'm not doing a great job of shooting them right now. I'm just basically spraying praying at the moment. Like, this is getting a little out of hand. At least they're not jumping on me. That's all I gotta say. Spray and pray, baby, Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike Mac 10 strats. And we got that. See, you guys see that ammo drop can be a problem. And the game's being pretty friendly with these ammo drops. I'm gonna use another grenade because I'm getting a little overwhelmed. And then again, like, oh, I avoided that mine. Ooh, that was a clutch maneuver. Do gotta watch my ammo because I gotta kind of plan ahead a little bit for where that ammo box is gonna drop. Yeah, that's kind of important here. I'm just gonna pop another grenade because I think I needed it there. Yeah, unlike Smash TV though, like stuff shoots at you in this. Yeah, we're doing good though. I'm not taking many hits, so like this is working out. Kind of a tough boss, but I have all my health and stuff, so should be okay. He just teleports wherever he wants, and then he's got like this little airstrike cursor that flies around. Okay. Oh, forget that. Anyway, we're moving on. Let's go health and ammo here. 2 more levels. Yeah, so I don't have to worry about those gasser enemies anymore. They're not going to appear anymore. We're going to get kind of like some more like mechanical levels here going to the base. Then we're going to go into the headquarters after this. Lab and then headquarters. You're gonna have the introduction of a few different enemy types. A zombie here. The zombie, when I shoot them down, I got to roll over them to finish them off, or shoot them after they reanimate. That's how you kill a zombie fully. Or you can just melee them when they're in regular zombie form. That works too. And then you also have another enemy type here, like the little electric panel. Pretty annoying enemy. The hitbox on their electricity is pretty big. It's pretty easy to get hit by them. But usually that's usually going to be a priority target to destroy. Ooh, BFG. So this is the BFG. Actually, not too bad of a weapon, but it does have a recoil where I can't move. But I still like to use it. It does instant kill zombies. And great for crowd, pretty decent for crowd control, especially against tougher enemies, but it can get you in trouble because it does have that little recoil. That's kind of tough to deal with at times. And now also we have the actual soldiers here, another new enemy. They're gonna act human-like and move around a little bit and shoot at me. And then like the turret, another new enemy here. I want to get those those turrets that pop up. I want to get them meleeed ASAP when they appear. That's definitely a priority target. They shoot pretty frequently and they can just end up clogging the screen. So I really am not a big fan of them. And if you step on a zombie corpse, of course you take damage. You have to roll over the zombie corpse. So if a grenade appears in a max stock grenades, that allows me to use a grenade for free. Although I am saving the grenades for the boss, but the boss I don't really need the grenades to stay safe to make sure we get a good ending. So I probably am just gonna conserve my grenades a little bit more. Meanwhile, we get a rocket launcher. This is great. I'll be able to take control of the room. Yeah, going back to talking about the versions though, like there's the modern version and the classic version of Xenocrisis. And the modern version is harder. Like they have screens where like the enemies can just be crazy enemy spawns, like just uncontrollable at times. But you do get like some more weapon drops, and then the weapons are like altered a little bit as well on the modern versions. I do prefer the modern version, but I would recommend that people play like a classic version, like on the Mega Drive or Neo Geo or any of those other versions, because it doesn't get quite as crazy as this. You're just trying to like get the good ending. Like this game's legit hard to get the good ending. Like even, yeah. I mean, yes, I am like trying to speedrun that. Speedrunning it is obviously going to make it harder too, but it's even still, it can really F you up. And that's why I like it. Got a whole bunch of stuff over here. Toss a grenade over there. I'll try to use the melee like in between I'm doing stuff to try to be more efficient. Like I'm trying to be as efficient as possible with my tools, right? So if I can melee when it's available, gonna want to do that. Take out a zombie here and there. Take out those hoverboard things or whatever. Yeah, because the zombies, when they're just roaming about and they're not resurrected, they're pretty harmless. Like, you just need to kind of avoid them. But yeah, I'm definitely leaning into a more conservative game here just because, yeah, I had like a drink earlier and game's just really hard. It's not marathon safe. Oops, I could have probably left that alive for a second. Man, this is like marathon luck right now. I'm getting hella good drops in this run. Damn. Lasers all night, hell yeah. That's what it's all about. Usually when I'm doing runs, you can go a run and like not get a good drop like a laser or a rocket, like basically the whole run. Like it can be that brutal. Again, remember my priority targets here. That's a lot of dudes that spawn. That's a lot of shit that spawn there. Holy hell! In a bread basket. Yeah, we're doing pretty good on health. That's a lot of stuff, and the ammo's up there, so I'm gonna try to finagle my way over there and just use another grenade because, yeah, it just got out of hand, and I'll use another one because, yeah, why not? Still want to collect tags. I still want to get the last of my upgrades for the final level. Oops, I forgot to take it. This room's pretty tricky. There's a lot of crap's gonna happen in here. Okay, so that's a mega health. I can go a little crazy with like meleeing and then just grab the mega health and go back to business. Oh god, yeah, this is getting a lot of hand. I want to get these guys to stop pincering me. Would be good. Then we're out of ammo again. Maybe I'll throw a grenade over there to clear the path. Yeah, that was a good call. The worst is when like an ammo box spawns and there's just like a ton of enemies like guarding it. Like that's the worst. Doesn't look good. Anyway, so yeah, like ideally I'd keep all my grenades, like, and then just like spend them here. But even the grenades don't even do that much damage. Like the true way to speedrun this game is just to get lucky with the drops. You want like a shotgun or a rocket. Or the Vulcan is also a good weapon. Like nothing else really does damage these bosses as much as that. And unfortunately, like, the game's a little imbalanced for speedrun because of that. Like, if I want to, like, world record this, I gotta get, like, shotgun drops, or shotgun, Vulcan, or rocket to drop on, like, all the bosses. It's pretty stupid. But I play it anyways because the rest of it's fun. Alright, we'll get that grenade power. And we'll get the speed, and then we'll... Okay, so we're gonna do the final level without the last ammo upgrade. Now, I am allowed to use the grenades as much as I want. I'm gonna get my grenades and my health refilled at the end of the level, near the end of the level. This is not the case in the classic versions, which includes Mega Drive and Neo Geo and GBA, etc. There's two tunings for the game, modern and classic, remember. And you should try them both if you like the game. I recommend the Neo Geo version for the classic because the Neo Geo has blood on the walls and the floor. It also has better boss animations for some of the bosses, which is really cool. Yeah, but the Neo Geo version though, you have to use like the control scheme where like you have like 2 buttons for like rotating your aim because like Neo Geo 4 buttons. Yeah, and then some of the other ports you gotta deal with that as well. So yeah, you have different control schemes for some of the versions. Of course, I'm using all the face buttons to like, sometimes they shoot at you. Okay, I got a ammo box over there, guarded by 2 annoying enemies. Great. Okay, I gotta dial in here a little bit. Getting overwhelmed. Dude, so many shield guys. Please. And so many running out of ammo in bad moments. Screw you guys. Shield guys, like, you either want to flank them right when they come in the room, or roll into them immediately when they come in. Or if they group up, then your last best choice is to grenade them or get a weapon drop. Yeah, like the speedrun strat, like strategy you can use here is like these spinner turrets I just destroyed, like these guys. You want to kill them until they spawn in a safe position, like that corner. So I can actually dodge them. I can dodge those attacks and just fight away from that and then kill it at the end of the room because there's no finite amount of those spinner turrets. Ooh, I'm pretty low on the grenades. I'm gonna hold on to a couple of those. I might need those later. I could leave that there for a bit. Oh, now I want to destroy it because I want to grab that health. Invincible roll for the win. Watch out though. Nice. Shield dudes are the worst. Oh, something just landed on top of me. That's the Xenocrisis classic right there. That's really what your health is for. It's life insurance for just stuff dropping on top of you or spawning underneath you. Usually the shotguns can get these shield guys. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Okay, I can use the environment to stay safe, a little bit safe here. I guess I'll pop a grenade there. Why not, I guess. Alright. Cool, cool. We're doing it. We're doing it, guys. I can probably leave that there. Ooh, Vulcan. Hell yeah. Vulcan's pretty damn good. Another one of the top tier weapons. Oh, we're not done yet. Now we're done. Ooh, grenade over there. Now, I'm actually allowed to use these grenades because we're coming up to the last 2 rooms before I get all my stuff refilled, so we're in good shape to get the good ending. Once I get to the final room, it's good ending automatically, unless I game over like 3 times. Because that's how the game works. Okay, let's not throw it away though. Oh god, oh god, that extra hit, that was not cool. Let's not throw it away though, let's not throw it away. 2 health, I gotta be careful, gotta be careful. Yeah, he said be careful, so it better be. 2 grenades, 3 grenades. Okay, let's get rid of that, I guess. I gotta get this ammo. We can cower, we can do cower strats a little bit. This is okay. Alright, grenade to clear the room, nice. Alright, that was slick. We made it. made it. So this is the room. If you continue here, you automatically game over. Or if you continue before that, it's an automatic game over. That was cool. I was like through the 2 grenades there, and like the old one detonated at the same time as the new one. I was like, grenade uber coverage. All right, final boss is here. Ooh, I'll take that grenade. Yeah, we're actually going to be doing a game over abuse here, though. Yeah, I didn't really do it. I actually didn't do it that well. Yeah, so you take an intentional game over here to get your grenades refilled so that you can do a 2-cycle kill on the boss with the grenades. But I took the game over so late that wasn't super good, but I think we're fine. So anyway, there's like 2 grenades, and then we'll get the next 2, and then we'll be GG and run successful. And then you gotta roll over the enemy corpse at the end, and there you go. Alright, just under 34. Yeah, GG everybody. Glad I could show off Raycrisis. It's an amazing game. If you really want an action, a really great arena shooter, this one definitely delivers. Check it out. My favorite line from the game is in the ending. It's also my like little quote for the event. We were lucky to get out alive, but I will never forget the nightmare we endured. That's just powerful.
Xeno Crisis.
That's like starting up Resident Evil 2, like, you know, type of deal. But anyway, yeah, it's an amazing game. Here's the ending screen. And I think I'm gonna talk to Mark here for a moment. Anyway, thanks for the GGs.
Hello. How's it going? Oh, hold on. Let me get your audio on stream. 1 second. Okay, you should be on stream. How great playing.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I had a couple drinks earlier tonight, so I was a little worried. So I was playing like pretty conservative, and it worked out. I had to spend an extra couple minutes, but it's fine.
I know how that is. That's how my run was. I didn't drink, but I've been like so sleep deprived. My hands are like numb. I'm like, oh, yeah, exactly. Anything that requires like reaction times, I like your term, like IRL input lag. You're like, oh no.
Yeah. Yeah. I definitely planned ahead. There, and it worked out. Like this is, if I would have played like gung ho like I usually do for the runs, it would not have worked out because like it's that type of game where you got to be playing aggressive like the whole time, and then that just ends up in like a failed run. But yeah, I figured I'd just kind of hang back a little bit and get the commentary in, and yeah, it was just a lot of fun.
It was awesome.
So, yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, great playing. That's a cool game.
Thank you.
Xenocrisis, yeah, it's a game that's grown on me over the years, because when it first came out, I was like, oh, that's kind of okay, but it's kind of grown on me.
Yeah, I was the same way. I wasn't sure. I wasn't super convinced it was like an amazing game, just from watching people play it. But when I finally got to playing it, I was like, okay, this they did a really good job on like an arena shooter.
Yeah.
A take on the arena shooter that there's nothing else quite like it.
Yeah.
Because like I try to compare it to Smash TV, but it's like it's not Smash TV because it's like it doesn't have like the dudes like constantly pouring out through the doors. And
yeah.
They don't shoot at you like they shoot at you in this. Like that's a big difference. But that's like one thing you can compare it to anyway.
Well, I'm glad you were able to show it off, and the speed run was also really cool because for the schedule, I'm like, oh yes, he's going fast, go.
Yeah, exactly.
I was cheering for you every second you're saving. I'm like, yes, go Aquas, go.
Even though I think I don't know what my estimate was for this, but I think it was close anyway.
Nice. Well, awesome.
So yeah,
Thanks
finish
for
out the night then, and do get some rest yourself.
Yeah, thanks for playing. We got 2 more, and then we're yep. Then I'm passing out.
Okay. All right then.
Okay.
Enjoy the rest, folks.
Thank you. Okay, stream. We're switching over to Azure Reflections. I know this game because I'm doing the commentary. See you in a second. Hello, stream. So, uh, our friend for Azure Reflections is not available. I mean, the hour's kind of crazy. I don't know if he just I don't know, but that means up next is Ikaruga, the legendary Ikaruga player Maz. Just to give you a little background on Maz, you go to his YouTube channel, it's all Ikaruga, baby, 24/7. It's so impressive. This man plays so much Ikaruga. He's like the Ikaruga. When I think of Ikaruga, I think of Maz. He's like that synonymous. Like there was a Gradius 3 player, G3 Fleeko, who I don't know if he's still active, but for years, all he played on his Twitch channel, Gradius 3. He became the Gradius 3. And for me, that's Maz. He has become Ikaruga. So this is gonna be a really awesome run. And SOFTDRINK is doing commentary. His last Ikaruga commentary has passed into Shmup Slam Legend, where DR.TAN didn't know about the save spot. His SOFTDRINK says, "Well, why isn't he using the safe spot?" And Tan's like, "There's a safe spot. You can go back, watch the footage. Everyone, we're not on mic, but we're all laughing our ass off. It's a legendary moment. So having SOFTDRINK back for Ikaruga is perfectly fitting. So we're swapping over. See you very shortly.
All right. Are we all ready? I know I am. This is going to be a fantastic treat. So, all right, let me get Maz queued up here. All right, here we go. Go! All right, so what a game and what a player. As Mark alluded to during the intermission, Maz has been on a mission with Ikaruga for years now, and he is incredibly close to breaking the 36 million barrier. I feel like literally every day I see him post another 35 million run, another 35.5 million run. So he is going to be playing absolutely out to the edge of his ability to try to deliver us the best possible run he can here. And I am absolutely here for it. So for those who are unfamiliar with this game, I'm sorry that you've been living under a rock. But the basic premise is that all bullets are either white or black, and the player can change between white and black to absorb bullets of the respective color. When you're the opposite color of the enemy, you do extra damage to them. And you can, when you absorb bullets, you can then release that stored energy in the form of a homing laser which targets enemies. Every 3 enemies of the same color that you destroy, you will gain an extra chain, and the chain values increase. So a lot of the game is about speed killing and executing enemies in particular formations and using particular patterns so that you can optimize the number of chains that you can get consecutively. Now this section right here is an extremely difficult one to optimize. The timing at which you destroy those 2 large enemies determines how many of these bonus chains you get right here. I believe the optimal is 74, and it looks like we are on track to get 72. Maybe 72, I may be mistaken on the 4. Now here, going to use an energy release to instantly kill that large guy. And here, now going to do a kind of cool zigzag pattern up this ladder of enemies and use an energy release to carry the next. Move over and start taking out these large battleships piece by piece, switching to the same color as them at the very last second to absorb some extra bullets so that he can get more energy for more releases coming up. Now this last section wants to be very precise with the positioning in the center of the screen, using single shots, staggered single shots in the center to continuously chain through. And the very ending here, precise movement and timing of kind of when you flick back and forth to carry through chains. We're going to hope for a score somewhere around... Okay, slight drop there right at the end. All right. Now coming into the boss. The boss fights in this game, you get 10,000 points for every second remaining on the timer at the conclusion of the fight. And for this first boss, Iboshidori, we're going to hope for a score, a final time of around 72 to 74. 74 is like extremely good. Anything above 72 is like, this is a very solid, fast kill. Now, by sitting on top of these little missiles that Iboshidori is throwing out, these sort of grenades, you can absorb all the bullets that they fire immediately, which lets you charge up your homing. Okay, there you go, 72, right on target there. So final stage score, we want to hope for something just above 4 million. There was a slight chain drop right at the very end, but should probably put us slightly above 4. Let's see, 72 plus 335. Yeah, 4074. Right on. The game also grades you at the end of each stage, so this is, of course, an S++. I would be very surprised if we did not see S++ for every stage. Now, stage 2 start. This section right here with these small planes that kind of dive in from both sides, extremely difficult to chain. What we're going to see is a lot of kind of partial chains, 1, 2 on one color, then a delay, then another one, waiting for things to intersect in weird ways, and then right up at the end here, this beautifully timed energy release that catches just the last couple planes. It's extremely precise, does not look nearly as difficult as it is, or rather Maz makes it look way easier than it actually is. 44 chain, absolutely perfect, coming into the kind of descent lower section of Chapter 2. At the very beginning here, there's going to be 2 rings of enemies. He's going to duck down below those rings, and the color of each of those rings alternates. If you wait for just the right moment, you can fire up from the bottom through all 4 enemies in a row, and then using an energy release, clear out all of this at once. Now here, intentionally releasing his energy so that he can use the homing laser from behind to clear out enemies directly behind him. It's a relatively recent strat. In the last few years, I believe he was one of the players who kind of pioneered or at least introduced that strategy to the West. Now this section, there are a number of different patterns that can happen with the appearance order of these blocks. It is randomized, and you have to have slightly different routes for each of those possible orders. You've got a very nice one here. He's able to get a couple extra chains out of it. This section here, going to use an energy release to take out these blocks. There you go. And now in this area, there's going to be 2 enemies on one side then a block of the same color, then 2 more enemies, etc. And he's going to kind of manipulate this by staying on one side the whole time and using the energy release homing lasers to take out the stuff on the other side. Here he's going to... Ooh, okay, that's probably going to be a reset. I'm not seeing a reset. Okay, interesting. We do actually have 2 opportunities for the run during the time slot here, so carry on. Now here, by leaving some of these enemies alive, it looks like it's a broken chain, but he's actually going to close it out right there by destroying that large enemy. Destroying it quickly spawns these bonus guys on the sides. There you go, very nice. And now destroying those quickly spawns another set of bonus enemies on the sides, which you can then use another energy release to take out. The section coming up here, there's kind of a dividing wall in the middle of the stage. And if you're playing for survival, you probably want to stay on just one edge. But if you play for score, you have to chain both sides. Destroy that center section, destroy the enemies on one side, then on the other, then on the other. And obviously doing this makes it much more dangerous because there's more bullets and you have to deal with both polarities all the time. Now up here, he's going to kind of loop around the top and then use an energy release to take out all the white enemies there. Nice. And in this section is going to be a precisely timed release to take out all of the enemy generators in the black colorway, but he's also going to start destroying the black enemies up top. Yeah, very nice. And there you go, there's that chain. Now loop it out here. Very nice, very easy to drop there. Timing's extremely tight on that energy release. All right, now this is a final section of bonus enemies. The previous parts of the stage are all on a fixed timer. The faster you get through them, the more of these bonus rows that you get. The routing and positioning for how to take maximum advantage of these bonus rows changes a little bit depending on how many you get. Mono's, man, this was what, 8, 9 rows? Anyway, a very large number and executed very, very well with those chains. Now, second boss, Buplazo, I believe, is the name. Aim for a clear time of upwards of 80 seconds. 85-ish is, I think, generally about where it's at these days. Going to be using energy releases right up here, getting very close in, and then a couple more here to close it out. Yeah, 82. Right on. 12 rows. Thank you, Juju, for the correction in chat. Yeah, that was absolutely beautiful. Now, stage 3, a lot of things are going to happen very, very fast at the beginning. One important thing to know about this game, if enemies intersect in the same physical spot, you can destroy them with one shot. It's going to take maximum advantage of that to destroy a bunch of enemies here right as they're overlapping on each other with their movement paths. The beginning of this stage is full of these kind of intricately overlapping enemy patterns, and you really have to be right on top of it to make the most advantage of it. Take most advantage of it, sorry. Now here, this is kind of a Moz special, riding this laser as long as you possibly can, because the more laser hits you absorb, the more points you get. And it's just the tiniest optimizations like this that are littered all throughout his run that really show how far he's trying to push this game. Now, the energy releases in this opening section are precise in a number of ways. You need to be precisely positioned, precisely timed, and you need to have the precise amount of charge in order to avoid accidentally killing the wrong enemies with them. So in this case, like level 9 energy release right there, took out all 9 of those enemies exactly, 3 chains exactly. Now here he's going to open up and take out these rows, then get that last emitter on the right with the release. This is kind of fun, take out the inner ring. While those enemies are still spawning, he puts bullets on the screen and then cuts over just before they intersect with his hitbox. It's a very precisely timed trick. 78 chain, perfect opening for Chapter 3. This next section, you're going to see a sequence of enemies coming in on both sides, and the trick here is making the absolute most of pre-damaging enemies and using the energy release to take out all of them as fast as you possibly can, again to trigger more bonus waves. Now here you want to stay up and high on the screen, taking out these bonus enemies as quickly as possible in order to spawn more of them more aggressively. Absolutely beautiful. This section sweeps from side to side, and then again side to side, and now it becomes more difficult. You start seeing enemies mixed in on top of each other. In this final section, there are a few different ways to do it, but Moz manages to do it without an energy release, which is the ideal solution if you have the time for it, because you want to save energy for this part if you can handle it. The chaining here is very, very difficult to do. You have to weave in and out of these enemies. It's very easy to take a hit, as we just saw, unfortunately. There is a safety strategy here, as we're seeing now, where he kind of lines up in between the 2 rows. This section, the ordering changes with each of the successive waves of enemies. You need to change your positioning very slightly in order to chain through. We did see a chain drop there, which is a little unfortunate. Again, there's time for another run. Now this section, this looks like showing off, but I think players who have played the game a fair bit will agree it's actually easier to hold your chain through that area if you do those single shots and kind of step side by side by side. Now another thing that Maz is kind of well known for is perfecting the timing on killing this mid-boss. All of these different pods that orbit around this mid-boss are chainable, and you in fact have to destroy every segment of this mid-boss in correct chain order in order to progress through the rest of the stage with a chain intact. There was a slight drop there. But his timing and his methodology, he's developed a route for handling this mid-boss which is faster than what anyone had ever seen before. It's not particularly marathon safe, so I don't believe we'll see it today, but it is extremely interesting to watch. And then this final section here, the Bluneretsu, these guys divide in half every time you hit them. It's very difficult to chain, and unfortunately we did see a death there. But it's extremely lucrative if you manage to set it up correctly, and the only way to optimize it fully is to have as much time as possible during that section, which is why you want to optimize the preceding mid-boss as much as possible. Now this boss is a common wall for even relatively experienced players with the game. It can be very difficult. The movement of it is very deceptive. Lots of things moving in different directions all at the same time. There are a number of ways to handle it. The fastest route involves killing all of these as quickly as possible, but it looks like this is a slightly more safe route option where you kind of damage soak all of the turrets independently and then use a series of energy releases to destroy the rest of the ring. That is, by the way, a very reliable, very safe way to handle that boss fight. I would actually recommend that if you're looking for a survival strategy. Now, Stage 4, Chapter 4, I think, is the most famous wall in the game. It's the most visually impressive segment in terms of obvious difficulty, but I think Chapter 3 is actually the more difficult chapter in terms of really optimizing for score. And that's an opinion that I've learned after talking to a lot of the high-level players over the years. But this section is particularly famous, the sort of interlocking spirals, the Flower of Death. The name of the area is Misago, as the kind of the name of this boss, but it is very iconic visually, as you will soon see. These interlocking, alternating spirals make it very difficult to move around. And you really have to play it a lot and develop an understanding of the rhythm that is necessary to kind of alternate colors as you move through. Now, the first part of this, enemies are only located within the spirals, but after a certain point, they start coming up on the outside of these sort of rotating walls as well. And one of the things that distinguishes very high-level play is when players start trying to also chain the inner and the outer rings at the same time. The timing is very tight. There's a lot of places that are very easy to drop, and the routes themselves are very complicated. So we did see another drop here, unfortunately, but still going for it, just getting back in. Now in a moment here, there's going to be a bunch of these small planes coming in from the outside. You want to loop around that wall, tuck back in, and now here move up and down. And again, the tiny optimizations Maz does, alternating his own color so that he's able to absorb more bullets from those planes as they come in. Because you get a small amount of points just from absorbing bullets. Now again, this end section gets very tight with the timing and positioning if you're going for the route where you chain both in and out of the walls. That energy release right there, for example, very, very precise. Something that's tricky to understand without having directly played the game yourself is that these energy releases are not, it's not always intuitive how they behave. There are rules, there's a logic to it that you can learn, but it is challenging and it does not always behave the way that is maybe the most immediately obvious. Now here you have to chain through this mid-boss, and the typical way to do that is by destroying all the turrets of one color, then using a release to take out the opposite, which is what we saw here. Now we did see a drop there. Now this section here, the Isuka ladder, I believe. You have to fire at a very specific timing to take out these rows of enemies as they are intersecting with each other, heading up and down. And in the meantime, in the very center, there is this kind of alternating staggered row of the sort of fighter jet looking Isuka planes. Now this section here with the turrets coming in from both sides, you do again have to continue to chain through this. Stage 4 is very interesting in that you have to continuously chain through multiple consecutive sort of mid-boss moments. And that can be quite challenging to deal with. Very nice. Very nice. Again, making this look easy. Now here we're going to see an energy release in the bottom center to take out those two turrets. Come up here, get some more power, and then another release taking it out. 27 seconds left on the clock. That is perfect. This section here, enemies come spiraling in from the sides. In order to get all of them, you need to either move very precisely or time your own shots very precisely so that you avoid hitting another enemy that's coming in from a different part of the screen. The very end here, you drop down and then slightly off to the side and down, and now coming into the boss fight with the core of Misago itself. Now this section is another kind of iconic moment for the game where you have the sort of center rotating core of the boss that has all these overlapping armored plates of alternating color. And so to really maximize the damage, you have to hit them with alternating color themselves as you go around. And once you lower all of them, first it seems like you're safe, but then it starts shooting this big laser at you. And there is an extremely dangerous strategy where you actually switch polarity to the opposite color while staying right next to the laser beam. It is not marathon safe, and I am not surprised to see that he did not go for it in this particular run with his current resource state. But it can actually get you just a couple more seconds off the clock. All right, now coming into Chapter 5, the final chapter of the game. The very beginning of what we're going to see here is a sequence of small enemies that are rushing directly at him, and he'll drop down just a tiny, tiny, tiny bit each time in order to keep them in front of him. Now, this stage is very interesting. The entire stage is on a fixed timer, and the faster you're able to get through the first part of it, the more bonus enemies you get at the end. So we'll see some optimizations about things like this kind of spiral section. There is a safer way to handle this, but it's a little bit slower. And so instead, by sitting here in the middle and using these periodic energy releases, he's able to take it out just a tiny bit faster. And now here, again, those bonus enemies, the Chogenbo, I believe. These guys, every time you destroy them, they release a ring of other enemies. And so you're able to get 4 chains off of each one. And the timing and positioning at which you handle them is very important. There's a small gap in their collision box, and you can nestle yourself just right up in front of them and absorb all of their bullets of the same white polarity if you position yourself just right. But it is trickier than it looks, and if you're not in the right spot, it will crush you. Now, the first phase of the final boss. This final boss is quite famous. There's a number of consecutive phases that are very difficult. The first one here is the grids. Now he wants to damage soak each of these heads with the opposite color and take them out from left to right. However, he wants to make sure that he ends this with some energy left over so that he can immediately do a bunch of damage leading into the next phase. Very nicely done, 59 seconds. Now each of these 2 heads will fire a sort of snake that traces you around the screen, and this can become extraordinarily difficult to deal with if you don't balance your damage very well in this very well-known segment. Come on. Nice. Beautiful, beautiful. Coming up above the boss here to absorb a whole bunch of white bullets that it's going to fire. It's actually kind of a cool looking wave pattern, but you cannot see it because he's just absorbing it all. I'm going to stick up here for just a few more seconds to absorb a few more bullets, again, just for that last little tiny bit of score optimization. Now, what we'll probably see here is trying to go for a timeout. There are different ways to approach this final phase, but it is slightly better scoring to get it to very low health and then sit in the middle here. Yes, there we go. Sit in the middle here and absorb all of these homing lasers that it fires at the player. This is very, very, very difficult to do. It's extremely intense, And the tiniest mistake like that, yep, will lead to a death. This is also only worth doing if you have died one time or less, because the frequency at which it fires these homing lasers changes, and it will no longer be point positive to do this compared to trying to speed kill the boss if it slows down enough. So, didn't quite get it all the way to the end there. I'm not sure whether that was a score optimization or because he was walled or whatever, but very nice demonstration of the theory regardless. And now into the TLB fight. Now the TLB, the player is not allowed to fire. All you can do is change polarities. However, that doesn't mean you can't still optimize the score. You'll notice here he's rolling around the boss, continuously absorbing only the white bullets, because again, every bullet you absorb, slight score increase. Now that death is a little unfortunate. Probably still we will see a clear on this run, but it is a bit of a bummer. Now this section with the rings, the first color that you see is always not the color that will reach you first, because they have this sort of accelerating second ring that comes out. So, little tricky to deal with. Nice, okay, going for one color, waiting for two rings, then cutting through. A number of different strategies to handle this. You might notice some other small single bullets in that earlier phase of the fight. Those are randomly spawned, and more of them are spawned the longer you manage to survive in this fight without dying. So the final pattern here, you'll notice he's very aggressively moving up, making a hole by absorbing one color, then switching to the other color to move through it, and timing that while also dealing with the kind of lightning ring. So beautifully done. The one death there in the stone-like TLB fight is a little bit unfortunate, but regardless, very strong demonstration of a number of high-level techniques, and we will see another run, I believe, because of the amount of remaining time. 27.9 million is certainly a very strong score, especially one if you're finishing the game with no stock. Something very important to Ikaruga scoring is actually every spare life you have at the end of the game is converted into 500,000 points. So...
Hello? Hello, are you still there?
I am still here. Are you still here?
Oh, no. Oh my god, dude. I was sitting next to the... Okay, the guy's here, so I'm not gonna say it. I was sitting next to the stream. The janitor guy just walks up, flips off the power, just turns it right off. I'm like, what the hell, dude? He's like, what? I'm closing. I'm like, what? I was streaming.
Oh, man.
Oh my god. Okay, chat. We're back. I was like, well, you just turned off the power? Oh my god. So I think it was literally right when he got the... Where did we leave off? It was right when he got it, right?
I honestly don't know. Like, on my end, it just kind of kept going. I only found out that there was a problem when chat was like, what's happening? Where'd the stream go?
Yeah, it was literally, I was just sitting there. Okay, so chat, let us know. Where did... I think, because I saw GG's in the chat before...
Yeah.
Okay, Knight said they saw the clear. So it's literally like he clears the game, the stream ends. That is so insane.
Okay.
Like I was just like I just flipped the switch. Well, the janitor did. He just walked in and just went. I was like, "What are you doing?" Oh my god, dude! Tomorrow I'm gonna have to like set up protective barriers around the computer.
Oh boy. Okay.
Well,
I think that the question on everyone's mind here is, we do still have time in the time slot. Can we get a run back on that run?
I would say yeah, but the people kind of scare me. I'm afraid they'll like turn off the power mid-run. Oh man.
All right. Well,
because normally I'd say
I tell you what, if you fend for the stream to stay up, right? I can hold down the fort here.
Okay, let's try it. Let's attempt it,
right.
And if the stream suddenly dies, they cut power to the to the stream. So tell them to go for it, and we'll see if we can.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, we'll do. You hear that, chat? We're going for it.
But it may end in disaster, just so you know.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Oh, Oh boy, we got some big names in the chat right here. All right, we're going for the run back. Yes, it is. It is very difficult to play events in Ikaruga. As I was saying, I'm not sure if this came through on the stream because I think it may have been right after the cutout. This game is not at all marathon safe, and going for these high scoring routes, the margin for error is minuscule. And if you make a mistake, you know, one thing that's very challenging about this game is that if you make a mistake, there is not really like panic recovery system like there is in a lot of other shmups. You know, your quote unquote bomb will actually, in most cases, kill you in this game if you use it in a situation where you aren't really planning for it. So it is not a game that can survive small random deaths, and absolutely not marathon safe. All right, let's go. He's queuing back up. And yeah, what I was trying to say there before we got cut off is 27.9. It may not be what Maz hoped to get from this run, but it is still an excellent score for a run that is not relying on those end bonuses. Keep in mind that a high scoring run of this game, by the end you might have, you know, 7, 8 extends. You're getting a lot of extra score from those end bonuses. So, starting back up now, chapter 1 again. One thing to kind of talk about is the very opening segments of each of the chapters of the game, right? They have these sort of warm-up areas, and then it usually has sort of a cinematic move of the player ship kind of coming towards the camera and then blasting off. And those areas are generally intended to let you set up your kind of chain, get a foundation under you. And as I mentioned earlier, the value associated with that chain increases with each additional chain in the sequence. So the first few chains, you might only be getting, you know, a couple hundred points from it. But once you hit max chain, which I believe is at number, 12 or 14, something like that, you end up with 25,600 points per chain. And then that value will persist throughout the rest of the stage. Now, these segments we just saw there, using a lot of the energy release against small clusters of enemies, that's the kind of very small optimization I was talking about before. You can kill those enemies with a regular shot, but using the energy release will actually cause the revenge bullets from enemies to fire back at you, and that allows you to absorb more of them. So you can actually get slightly more score by making more use of that energy release feature. Now let's see how the chains are going here. 72, 74, there we go. See guys, the last round was just a warm-up. Don't worry about it. All right. Now onto the ladder here. Very nice. Okay. Now again, switching to white to do more damage, then back to black to absorb those last few bullets. Here, back to white to absorb those last few bullets to set up more energy for these releases to take out these large enemies more quickly. Now let's see how this goes. Again, this last section is very precise. Oh, you love to see it. All right, all right. So there was one tiny drop at the very end there, but we got one extra chain compared to the previous run. So you know what? Let's take it. Actually, 3 extra chains if you count the bonus chains from earlier. So again, here against Eboshidori, we're hoping for 72 seconds or more. Right here, parking directly underneath the shield. Okay, is that a reset? I think that's a reset. Yeah. All right. Let's go. You got this, Maz. Again, here in this opening, parking right on top of the enemies as they're dying, you can absorb all of the revenge bullets that they fire, as long as you're the same polarity, of course, and then use that to instantly build up a full energy release. And then, you know, more of these small optimizations, positioning yourself so that energy release absorbs the maximum possible number of bullets from the enemies in each of these clusters. This is the sort of thing that like high-level Ikaruga play is all about. These tiny optimizations. It's a game that I think some people, they look at it and they look at how kind of, for lack of a better term, solved a lot of the sections seem to be. But in reality, there's both so much executional difficulty and also so much tiny room for optimization that we are still seeing new discoveries and new routes, even all these years later. Very nice. Again, this section here with these two large enemies on both sides of the screen, there's a very precise sequence of partial absorbs and using the energy release to take those out very quickly, always being the opposite color to do enough damage, but then switching back to the same color to absorb more bullets of the same polarity so you can recharge that energy faster. Another 74 chain, beautiful. Again on the ladder there, beautiful, beautiful. Switch back damage, then absorb. Damage, then absorb. Move to the center. The positioning in the center, not something I've really talked about very much, but you have to be right in the center here. And you have to shoot single shots. You can't hold down the button for even just a couple frames, or you'll start getting multiple bullets. Really have to be very precise with that. All right, come on, let's see this chain. There you go, no drop. 133. You'll love to see it. Let's go. Let's go. Now, here's a cheeky thing. You'll notice he was on the very left edge there for just a couple seconds right as the boss spawned in. That's because the little satellites the boss spawns in the corners of the screen in this fight, they actually do take damage. And as a result, they do give you points, even if you just shoot them for a couple seconds. Sitting right under the shield there to absorb as many bullets as possible, get that energy release built up as fast as possible. Now here sitting on top of the grenades to, again, build that energy as fast as possible. Come on, what's the clear time going to be? 72. Yeah, there you go. There you go. So again, our goal coming out of stage 1 is over 4 million. Ideally, you want to see somewhere around 4.1 million, which I think we're just going to hit here. Let's find out. 4.2. Oh, that is incredibly good. Let's go. Let's go. Now this opening of chapter 2, again, very precise sequence of movements here. All of these Isuka darting in from the side and trying to position yourself just right, time your shots just right, take them out. And then at the very end of this sequence, there's going to be an energy release at max power, which looks almost random. Like it doesn't seem like it should work. And in this case, it actually didn't work. I shouldn't have said anything. I'm sorry. But yes, very, very precise timing, very precise positioning in order to maintain that chain. So there was a slight drop there. Now, it's been a minute since I played this game, so I don't remember the exact score penalty involved in dropping. But assuming that you do have one drop, and assuming you're able to immediately rebuild from that drop without any additional penalty, which is a big assumption, because of the way the game is structured, you can't always do that. But if those assumptions are true, I want to say that the score lost from each drop is somewhere on the order of like 200k, 250k, somewhere in there. So it is a significant loss to have a drop. Slightly different pattern on the boxes here, but again, he was able to full chain through it and get a couple extra hits out of it. Yeah, look at that. That sneaky little back energy release to take out that last box. This kind of stuff's great. Now again here, taking advantage of the homing laser's ability to, home in, to take out enemies on the opposite side of the screen while still sitting directly on top of the bullet emitters, so he can absorb as much as possible in this section. Now here, he's going to want to set up a chain of 2 white coming out of this area, which feels a little weird at first, but because of the way the next groups of enemies are structured, it's actually ideal. He's going to get a partial chain there, switch to black, finish the black chain, damage soak on the big guy, release, now get some bonus enemies, move over, take care of the bonus enemies, and then up here, sit under the laser. Again, all of this kind of laser riding is for optimizing the absorb, right? Because every time you absorb a bullet or a tick of a laser, you get more score. So a lot of Maz's routes have these really interesting, like, sit on top of a laser in a very unsafe place because you get a little bit of extra score. It's so fun to watch. Now the section coming up, he's going to go up and around and then energy release from on top. Nice. And then here again, we'll see kind of a destruction of the generators on that side, and starting to chain into the black enemies up top. Make a whole energy release to take out the rest of those generators, and then finish up the chain up here. And the really precise releases there, very nice. All right, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 rows bonus. Very, very, very nice. Now those bonus rows are very difficult to chain. There was a drop there, which is unfortunate. They are worth a lot of points if you're able to maintain that chain through them. But regardless, getting 11 in the first place is really, really, really hard to do. Again, against this boss, we want to see a kill at around upwards of 80 seconds, 82, 83. Yeah, 82 is just right. I think you can technically do a little bit faster, but it is very difficult. All right, again, opening of chapter 3, very, very difficult sequence. We want to see 78 chain coming out the top of it, and Maz has some particular strategies for riding on top of the lasers and just absolutely maximizing the amount of points that he gets out of absorbing bullets in this section. Nice release there. Yeah, going to sit on this laser as long as he can. Sit on this laser as long as he can, in between the black bullets, and then dart out of it just in time. Very nice. Positioning here is critical to get that particular energy release to target the right enemies. You want to be in that exact spot where he just was. Very nice. Move over. There you go. And now we're going to try to go for a level 9 release there. Perfect. Come up, grab this group. And then set up to leave one of these emitters on the right alive so that he can grab it with an energy release to target black here. Then he's going to move up into these rings of enemies, and before their hitboxes fully activate, sweep across them. Yep. If you're even just a few frames too late on that, their hitboxes will activate. You will be crushed by them coming up from the bottom. 78 chain, absolutely beautiful. Chapter 3 opening. This next segment here, again, he's going to want to partially damage a number of the enemies coming down from the top, then use an energy release to take out this whole wave at once. Do the same thing with black, and then do the same thing here on all of the white enemies to take all of these out as quickly as possible, and now stay at the top of the screen and get all of these bonus enemies one by one as quick as you can. Beautiful stuff. Now, in the previous run, we did see an unfortunate mistake in the section coming up here just a moment. There was a slight drop there, but no worries. Yeah, this section here, the alternating up and down Isuka, one of the hardest parts of the entire game. And he makes it look easy. But man, this is really, really, really hard to do. Lovely stuff, lovely stuff. All right, all right, all right. Now here, the first set of these vertical enemies, you want to be offset to one side, then the other. And then this last group, you want to stay close to the center, but not quite on the center. If you're on the center, you will drop. And you have to be on one side for one group, and then on the other side for the other group. And that has to do with the way that the hitbox collisions are processed in the game. Just the amount of detail involved in some of these routes is wild. All right, so let's see what he goes for here. Still very much going for a very aggressive route on Shigi. Okay, there's 1 white, 2 white, 3 white, and now again he has to chain these black as well. Very nice. All right, now the Bunritsu. Now notice how he's only getting the black ones, right? And now only the white ones. But he's doing this while they're dividing in two and moving down the screen in these kind of funky diagonal patterns. It's really, really hard to do this, but if you manage it right, it gives you a ton of points. So his score is absolutely exploding at the moment. Beautiful play. Beautiful, beautiful play. All right. And now for the fight against Uzura. And it looks like he's going for a faster route this time. So you'll notice here, he's going to try to take out all of the white turrets first. And he's going to try to fully damage them, or at least as fully as he can, now that they start accelerating. Reasoning for that is so that he can now sit here, and notice how he has to dodge through the black bullets. Unfortunate death there. Notice how he has to dodge through the black bullets while he's doing this. And something that may not be obvious if you have not played this game is that being in contact with lasers actually exerts force on your ship. You get pushed out of the way. And that is really hard to deal with, especially against a boss like this, where the boss itself is rotating and it has, you have to dodge bullets, you have to dodge these like moving paddle things, everything is spinning. It's not an easy thing at all to deal with. But at the highest level, if you want to get the quickest kill possible, you've got to go for it. Now here again, chapter 4, very nice setup. And using that release right there is actually to put his energy low enough so that he can use strategic partial releases coming up in the next segment here. Here we go. All right, now I'm going to switch. Probably at least here, if I'm remembering right. Okay. My apologies. All right, and now begins the inside and out. Oh, slight drop there. Unfortunate. Come on. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so it looks like going for a little bit of recovery there from the unfortunate drops. It's all right. You got this. Now again, watch on this section how he'll be black up top and switch to white, black up top, switch to white, black up top, switch to white. And that's all just to maximize the point gain out of those last few bullets that he can absorb with that switch. It's not required. You can do that whole thing as white or as black, but it does help your score. Going right back into it with the inside and out chains here. Man. This stuff is just mind-blowing. There was a drop there, unfortunately, but just picks right back up into it. Oh, that's a shame. I think there was a black bullet directly on top of a white one there. Now to set this mid-boss up, he's going to stay in this upper right corner, destroy all of the black turrets that come out of it, probably do 1 or 2 changes to black to get through the kind of laser walls, and then release as white and take them all out in sequence. He managed to hold the chain through that. I think that was, what, like 41 on the timer? So pretty fast. Now this section here, again, you want to wait for these enemies that are kind of making the S curves. They overlap each other in a very specific way near the center. And when they cross at just the right time, you can fire 1 burst of bullets and get 2 chains out of it because of how they align. And to do that on the left side and on the right side, and also take care of the interlocking movements of those planes in the middle, very precise timing. Now in this turret section, again, all of these are counted. You have to chain through this whole section, and you have to chain through the upcoming second mid-box fight. So any drop in this stage has long-lasting consequences, unfortunately. Very nicely done. Got to move down, use an energy release here. Move up, absorb, energy release. Move down, energy release, and 27 seconds on the clock. Once again, perfect. Makes this look easy. All right, and now down into the fight with Misago. All right, and then probably release just a second here. Yep. Releasing as black to do more damage. I'm wondering if we'll see a more adventurous strat here. Probably not, because it's insane. Yeah, okay. Still a very fast Misago fight. Once again, that laser is constantly pushing you away. So you have to be fighting against the laser as the boss is rotating. If you touch the walls of that little channel that you're in, you will die instantly. So that was what, 76 seconds? Plus 27 plus 41. So good bonuses from the fights here for sure. Yeah, 1.43 million from bonuses. Very nice. Now again, Chapter 5 here, the opening part of the stage all the way up to the boss fight is one continuous timer. So he wants to try to kill as much of this stuff as fast as possible. Yeah, okay, much cleaner Chapter 5 opening. Very nice, very nice. Very nice. Those last two enemies there, leaving them alive intentionally so that his chain is in the correct place. If he had killed them, he would not have a continuous chain right now. He would have had a drop. The game throws a wrench at you sometimes. It makes it look like you can kill everything and still keep a chain, but actually if you kill everything, you will drop. 106. 110. 114. Are we going to see 118? No 118. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. 118, I believe, is the absolute max of what's possible in the normal difficulty of the game. You can technically get a little bit higher if you do like prototype mode, for example, but especially in a marathon setting where you want to make sure you have resources coming into the final boss here, 114 makes sense. So pre-damaging the far right head to the point where it's about to die, and he's going to take them out from left to right. The reason you want to do it that way is because that's the order that they start firing in. So if you do it in this order, you can actually avoid dealing with the patterns for as long as possible. Again, he wants to make sure to finish this section with max energy so that he can pre-damage the right head here in this phase. Now this phase is one that a lot of high-level players make look very easy because they're very good at consistently damaging the boss and taking it out very quickly. It is absolutely not easy, and even the slightest mistakes here can really cost you. Very nice, 64 seconds. That was very nice. All right, now into the main Tageri fight. We're going to see a lot of fun absorption up at the top and some energy releases to do a bit of damage. If you really want to speed kill in this section, you actually want to slightly delay your energy releases so that you're hitting the boss with the opposite color. Notice that its body is always alternating between white and black. And so if you hit it when it's the same color as you, you will do less damage. All right, we'll probably see another timeout setup. So again, he wants to damage the boss all the way to very low remaining health. Just a couple hits away from death. There you go. And now he's going to stop shooting and try to just absorb all of this. And the math on this works out such that as long as you don't die, you will have more points by the end of the fight if you kill the boss at 1 second remaining. But you must kill the boss. Because if you don't kill this boss, you don't get any point bonuses for any of the previous boss phases, which means you miss out on about 1 million points in total. So it is always a risky game, both because it is literally very difficult to do this. The timing and the concentration required to bounce between these waves is very tricky. But then also, you have to ride it to the very last second. If you make a mistake at the very last second, it's all gone, and you don't get any score bonus. Come on, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. There you go. All right, 2 seconds, that's fine. Very, very, very nice. And yes, M. Night in chat, lack of panic bombs. Yes, this game does not have a panic bomb in the kind of traditional sense, like what you might think of in another shmup. If you make a mistake here, the energy release is not a bomb. It will not save you. In fact, in many cases, it will make things much worse for you. All right, so again, riding around Stone-like here, going to absorb as many white bullets as possible. These small bullets that seem to be spawning randomly around the screen are indeed random, and the frequency at which they spawn is dependent on how long you've made it into this fight without dying. So For score reasons, he wants to obviously not die at all during this fight. But doing that means that he has to contend with more and more of these little, they can spawn almost right on top of you. It's actually very scary. There is a minimum limit. They can't literally spawn on top of you, but they can spawn very, very close. All right, so about to enter this final phase here. And again, for this pattern, he wants to be very up close, absorb with one color, back out, change, move back up, and then time all of that with the rotation of the boss, such that he's able to make an opening for himself and then move through it. All right, now he's just going to spin around and ride out that last wave. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. What's it going to be? $32.29. What a score. What a run. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. And what a run back, eh?
Yeah,
Clearing
absolutely.
with 5 stock, 32 million. I mean, privately in a message, Maz mentioned that he wanted to just clear 30 million because he's kind of cursed in runs the last few events. And I would say he more than cleared 30 million.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Absolutely beautiful.
And like with a chaining system like this, it's so rigid and so difficult.
Yes.
One slight mistake, it's like, oh boy.
Hey Maz, congratulations.
Hold on. How's it going?
I had a really rough first run. Nets were really bad. Plus, I had 2 really unfortunate deaths, like a needle spawning on top of me of the summer lake, which also happened during the second clear. Very bad RNG today. But the second round went really well. I had a bad death at Uzura because I started the fight with a charge of 10 level, which makes the 80 second speed kill very tricky. But strangely, I managed to avoid to chain that, because once you die once on Uzura, you are likely to die like 2, 3, 4 times in a row.
Yes. You recovered really well from that.
Yeah, that was a very nice recovery. And the flower was really bad. There is no excuses, but it's okay. It's tricky also on normal practice, so during live settings. It's expected to try and break it. Other than that, the second round was quite went quite well, I think.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah. Really solid.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, beautiful run.
Thank you. A shout out to a first thank you and to SOFTDRINK for commentary, and to Mark and his crew for setting up the event. That was this event is amazing, and we are just about half of it.
Yeah, I know.
Which is crazy.
I know. It's
really crazy. It's incredible. This is like 3 events in one day, and we have a second day.
I know. It's
and
insane.
a shout out to my real-time friends Ringo, Xer, Powerful Run, which are attending the event online. Thank you, and also thank you everyone for watching.
Yeah, and
have a nice day.
Yes.
Thanks for playing. That was fantastic.
Yeah, thank you for playing. Thank you for having me on as well. Really appreciate the opportunity. Every time I get the chance to commentate one of your runs, I have a blast. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's like peanut butter and jelly. You need, like, you have Maz and you have SOFTDRINK together, and you get something magical happening. It's just great. It's like a fan favorite run. You know, you get the Ikaruga and you get the SOFTDRINK. It's just amazing.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for doing the commentary. It was great.
Of course.
Alrighty. Well, I think we'll call it for the evening. So, thanks so much for tuning in, everyone. I'll see you, like, in your guys' time, like, not that long. So, I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning, my time. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks everyone who's been supporting and
watching and donating. I really appreciate that a lot. This has been a really awesome event, and I'm excited for day 2. Day 1 was awesome, so day 2 I hope lives up to it as well. Alrighty, adios everyone.